Good morning, everybody. The Redevelopment Agency meeting of August 19th, 2026 is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded and can be viewed live on City of Las Vegas TV or Cox Cable Channel 2. You can also watch the meeting live online and access other city content by visiting lasvegasnevada.gov/connect. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on City of Las Vegas TV the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers, out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone that has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it is safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you can complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizens participation, or specified public hearing items. If there is anyone present today that has a need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk staff. And please note, if you parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter these chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. If you do not have your ticket, see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. We will now move on to agenda item 3. Agenda item 3, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Please say which agenda item you will be speaking about. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the agency members, but members are not allowed to respond or engage in dialogue. You may also address the agency members at the end of the meeting during citizens' participation regarding matters within the jurisdiction of the redevelopment agency. Although you are not prohibited from speaking during both public comment periods, we kindly ask that your comments are not repetitive. We will set the time at 2 minutes. Does anybody wish to come forward? Seeing no one, we will now move to agenda item number 4. For possible action to approve final minutes by reference of the regular redevelopment agency meeting of July 15th, 2026. Mayor Pro Tem, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, Madam Mayor, move to approve.
Please vote.
Aye.
Post. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Agenda item number 5, RA-21-2026, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the professional services contract with AAA Municipal Services, LLC for financial services contract number 260158-BM-B to City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, not to exceed $150,000 annually for up to 6 years, LARA LVRA Debt Service Fund. All redevelopment areas, all wards are affected. Note, this item is related to Council Item Number 29, R-56-2026. Ms. Babsky.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members. Dina Babsky, Director of EUD. For your consideration today is the professional services agreement with AAA Municipal Services. This is a companion agreement to the city agreement that you all voted on back on July 15th. AAA will provide comprehensive financial support covering all type of financial debt instruments for the RDA. They will also provide us strategic guidance to make sure we're managing our debt capital effectively, responsibly, and also have also the structures in place to keep us in compliance. Mr. Andy Souza here is in the audience today. We've worked with Mr. Souza for many, many years and are very excited to enter into this agreement with your approval for up to 6 years at a not to exceed $150,000 a year.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from agency members? Seeing none, is there a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Madam Mayor, move to approve Agenda Item 5.
Please vote.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. We will now hear Agenda Items 6 and 7 together, but act on them separately. RA-22-2026, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution finding that the food hall license agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and Michelle
Renless.
Would you repeat that again?
Renless.
It's nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Melvin, for the Good Word Food Hall located at 1122 D Street is in the best interest of the public and is in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency redevelopment plan. Please note, this item is related to Council Item 30, R-57-2026. Agenda Item 7, RA-23-2026, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution finding that the food hall stall license agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and Gaston White doing business as Holiday Bistro for Stall 1 at the Good Word Food Hall located at 1122 D Street is in the best interest of the public and is in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency redevelopment plan. And again, note, this item is related to Council Item 31, R-58-2026. These items are in the redevelopment area 1, wards 5. Ms. Summer Armstrong. Ms. Babsky.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. Dina Babsky, Director of EUD, and I'd like to introduce the team that are here with me at the podium. Mr. Jonathan King, he is the real estate specialist in our department. Mr. Gastonel White with Holiday Bistro, Chef Gastonel. And then, of course, we have our great partners, Ms. Michelle and Mr. Melvin Runless with Tap and Ash. Welcome. Before we move on to the actual agreements, I'd like to provide a little bit of a background on the Good Word Social Club. So the concept of a food hall was initially introduced as part of the 100 Plan in Action, and we partnered at the time with Cherry Development to help bring this concept forward into fruition. We're all very excited about the new mixed-use residential that Cherry Development has completed in the historic West Side, and the food hall is essentially is adjacent to that development and will provide food options, entertainment options, and overall economic development for the area. All right, I'm sorry, my presentation apparently wasn't updated, but it's okay. So Cherry Development, we have been great partners. They have many projects in the downtown area, and so we were confident from the very beginning that they would be just as successful bringing the food hall concept forward. The Good Word Social Club, the name speaks for itself. There was a lot of consideration what the name should be for this very catalytic project on the historic West Side, and given that there is history behind the site itself with the Jerusalem Church being there, the Good Word Social Club was just the right fit to represent the history and create the vision for the future. The renderings are beautiful. Currently the construction on the on the horizontal part of the project is underway, and then the vertical will be starting soon. The food hall itself is 9,000 square feet. It includes a mezzanine on the second floor that will provide additional seating for those that are for the patrons of the food hall. There's also a stage that's going to allow for entertainment and performance options. We are currently in the process of hiring an operator who is going to be operating the food hall, programming the entertainment, as well as providing incubation services and support to those that are going to be going into the stalls. So with that, I'd like to give the word over to Jonathan to actually talk about the projects themselves. He has been working tirelessly trying to find just the right candidates to go into this new amazing space.
Thank you, Dina. Good morning. Madam Mayor, Council,
Good morning.
Jonathan King, Real Estate Specialist. Really excited. It's been a long time coming for this moment, and we've got two great, tenants coming in. So the first tenant is, as you can see, is in stall 1, and that's going to be the Holiday Bistro with Chef Gastineau White. His background is actually going to be more of a micro-enterprise business that is incubating from a food truck into the stall, and then hopefully from a few short-term years, he's then going to incubate into a brick and mortar of his own. His background is a pretty upscale comfort food with a Cajun twist, but don't let it fool you. He's got really, really good flavor, and his menu is pretty extensive. And then if you look further down to the bar area, which you can see is Tappy Hour, that's stall 4 is what we're calling it. They're our exclusive anchor, and they've got strong experience from their background, Tap and Ash, Social Club as well. And we're excited to bring these two to life and looking forward to having them come to delivery. And then going forward, as you can see, and Dina pointed it out very well, but 9,000 square feet, the mezzanine upstairs to plus or minus 2,400 square feet. And the before designated stalls, these are just 2 of them. We'll bring the other 2 later to you this season, hopefully sooner than later in October. And looking forward to it. So with that said, I'll pass it over to Chef Gastineau White first, and he can introduce himself.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Gastineau White, of course. I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My family's been come from a farming background. So the holiday name comes from my grandfather. My grandmother, she's still alive today. She's up 103 on September 15th. So I thought this would be a great addition to our family legacy. I moved here in Las Vegas. I've been here 21 years. On the food truck for 6 years. I did Super Bowl, F1, a lot of big events. So I'm transforming out of the food truck into this stall, this space, and introducing a new menu. And I just graduated culinary school with associate's degree in culinary arts and business management. So,
We're very excited for you.
yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
His food is amazing. Listen. My name is Michelle. This is my husband,
Melvin Runless.
and we own Tap and Ash Social Club, and it's hard to say, but we are going on our 5th year. It seems crazy, in May of owning Tap and Ash in the Gateway District. So we were very excited when this opportunity came along for us to be a part of something, and it especially means a lot because my husband grew up on J Street. So for him to be able to come back and contribute something to the neighborhood he grew up in is absolutely amazing. We, at Tap and Ash, we have a really great community of people that we think will be able to actually bring over and make a part of the community there as well at the Good Word. So we're very excited to be a part of it.
We're equally excited for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mayor and council members, this completes our presentation, and we kindly ask for your approval.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from agency members? Seeing none, may I have a motion, Councilwoman Summers Armstrong?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just say before I make the motion that I am truly emotional about this. We are on a journey to make historic West Las Vegas a cultural and social destination. Not because people were forced to live there, but because now we're making space that people want to be in from all over the country. You all are on the vanguard, and I'm going to have of course, high expectations, but I know who I'm looking at, and I know your work, and I'm super, super, super proud. I would just say this, I was in Carlsbad, California with my grandbaby. We took her to Legoland, and we were trying to find some place to eat, and our GPS sent us to a food hall. It was a Tuesday night, and the food hall was packed. But it was not nearly as beautiful as what the good word is going. It didn't look this good. So we're setting a standard, not just for our community, but for the West Coast on what a really cool and chic food hall can look like. And with that, Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve.
Thank you so much. Please vote on agenda item number 6.
Aye.
Post. Motion carries. Do I hear a motion on agenda item number 7?
So moved.
Please vote.
Aye.
Post. Motion carries. Congratulations. Can't wait to go and eat.
Thank you.
We will now move on to agenda item number 8. Citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the redevelopment agency. No subject may be acted upon by the redevelopment agency unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of time for discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Is there anybody wishing to speak under this portion of the agenda? Seeing no one, this redevelopment agency meeting is adjourned. We will start our city council meeting at 9 a.m. The The August 19th, 2026 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded and can be viewed live on City of Las Vegas TV on Cox Cable Channel 2. You could also watch the meeting live online and access other city content by visiting lasvegasnevada.gov/connect. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on City of Las Vegas TV the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chamber out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone that has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it is safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you can complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available in the clerk's office or in the rear of our chambers. If you do not submit a card, it doesn't prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizens participation, or specified public hearing items. If there is anyone present today that has a need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk's staff. And please note, if you are parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter these chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. If you do not have your ticket, see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Stephanie Phillips, Political Director, Veterans and Politics, and remain standing as she leads us in the prayer, and the pledge, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Please bow with me. Dear Heavenly Father, I am so humbled once again to stand in these chambers and proclaim your name. I pray your hand of protection over the mayor and these council members. I pray your gentle whisper of guidance and direction over all of them as they make decisions for the best interest of our community. May you be forever present in their lives and keep a watchful eye over them. I pray for our military service members who are deployed. I pray for a hedge of protection and a legion of angels to surround each of them on every base, in every plane, every boot on the ground, and on every ship in the sea. I pray the people of faith stand strong and boldly for you. I pray our community comes together as one to help all those in need. I pray we remain compassionate and there to serve when we are called. I pray you bless each and every person here today. Protect our city, our children, and our nation. I pray all of these things in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor.
We will now proceed to the ceremonial portion of our meeting. Okay.
Okay, well, here's your microphone.
Thank you very much. All here? Good morning again, everybody. This is one of our favorite parts of the agenda. This is the ceremonial portion of our council agenda. And for the first item, I want to invite our Director of Parks, Rec, and Cultural Affairs, Maggie Plaster, to join us. Our employees strive to meet our values of being kind, committed, and smart, and they work to build our community to make life better. I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Jennifer Blanchard. Jennifer, please come join us. Everyone needs one. Okay. Oh, congratulations. Indeed, we do. Jennifer is a recreation coordinator. She has been with the city since 2004. Recently, Jennifer was faced with an unexpected situation when one of the members at the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center became unhoused. Jennifer took the initiative, reached out to the neighborhood services to help this individual who had suffered some medical issues, had limited mobility, and had become unhoused. Jennifer also connected this individual with his family and helped them figure out on an interim solution to keep him housed and safe. She worked with neighborhood services to help this individual to get housing as well as a new ID and documentation, which was taken from him. Without his ID, he could not access his bank account. Through this ordeal, Jennifer maintained a calm, professional, and helpful demeanor, even though the situation was at times demanding and stressful. Despite her distress and the problem being outside of her usual wheelhouse, Jennifer remained kind, committed, and smart. Jennifer's diligence and strength of heart allowed her to help someone in need and ensured that one of her seniors, members of the Centennial Hills Active Seniors, was safe and sound. So I want to thank you, Jennifer, for all that you did and for caring and helping those in need. First, I would like to give Maggie a chance to say a few words, and then we'd like you to say a few words, okay?
Yes.
All right, Maggie?
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. In my opinion, to be successful in the field of recreation, you need to be skilled in all areas of recreation programming, from camps to sports to senior programming, and you need to care deeply about serving our community. And Jennifer excels at both. Prior to her current role, Jennifer was the mastermind and the head coach of the Maniacs, a competitive cheerleading program whose participants have gone on to cheer in college. This was an iconic program, not only because they won national cheerleading competitions, but it was a program run by a municipal recreation department, an extreme rarity at national competitions. Jennifer cared deeply about the success of her Maniacs, just as she cares for the success of her Centennial Hills Active Adult Center. This small center is busting at the seams because Jennifer and her team give members the programming they want. Also, Jennifer's culinary skills are recognized by everyone. They're out of this world. Her monthly luncheons sell out. I want to provide one example, an additional example, of how Jennifer is always looking out for her seniors. A major part of her job is connecting with her members, and this has resulted in unique events such as a senior mental health day. When several seniors shared concerns about their housing needs, Jen invited Ovation to do an info session on how to apply for affordable housing. This is just one additional example of Jennifer going above and beyond to help her members. So Jennifer, thank you for making life better for our Centennial Hills members.
Maggie, would you present her with...
And Jennifer, I would like to present you with Employee of the Month. Okay.
Jennifer, will you say a few words?
I will, thank you. Oh, no, they gave me a microphone.
Well, we can take it away.
Usually I say I don't even need a microphone, but I'm thankful for it today. I am so humbled to be here. I did prepare a quick speech, but I did want to start by saying that, gosh, I am so humbled to be here and so grateful for this opportunity. When the crew surprised me with this award, I was totally in shock. In fact, I tried to walk out. I have worked part-time, full-time for the city of Las Vegas since the age of 15, when I was hired as a gymnastics tumbling chair instructor. Working for the city has given me opportunities I never thought possible. They have allowed me to build amazing programs that have received national recognition and awards. I will be forever grateful for these experiences and for the lessons I learned along the way. Working with children was a dream, yet after 35 years of coaching, 35 years, I don't know if I should admit that, I was given a new opportunity to work with seniors at the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center, and I absolutely love it. Being with seniors has taught me patience, empathy, respect, gratitude, and has given me a new sense of purpose. Every day is a new adventure. You never, ever know what will happen. I have learned to appreciate these wonderful, unique individuals that teach me so much about life and love. The incident that I won this award for is deeply personal. Yet it is demonstrative of what our senior centers do on a daily basis. There are so many things that happen, and you never know how your choices can affect others. Being able to help our members is such a blessing and responsibility, and it is one that I do not take lightly. If I can help our active adult members in any way, I will always strive to do so. I would like to thank Neighborhood Services, Gregory Gray and Olga Flowers, for being there when we needed them. Without their guidance and teamwork, I would have been lost. I would also like to thank and acknowledge Councilwoman Brune, Ward 6, and the Employee Recognition Committee for backing us up and helping us to make a difference. A big thank you also goes to the best department in the city. Cue cowbell. Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. Without Maggie Plaster, Pat O'Mara, Lisa Tovar, Linda Ryan, and so many others, I wouldn't be able to work with the seniors and manage the best senior center in the world. Not just Las Vegas, the world. Their dedication to recreation and community is second to none, and I appreciate the values they have taught and continue to show me. And finally, to the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center staff, volunteers, and participants. Without you, none of this would be possible. I am humbled every day by your professionalism and willingness to serve others. It takes a village, and we have the best village ever. Thank you so much.
And will you join us in front of the podium for a picture? Wonderful.
Thank you.
Just take your plaque.
I got my plaque.
Try to showcase the plaque.
I do.
Okay, right in the middle.
Thank you. Do you want to bring your family up here for a photo?
I'm very good at it.
He is very good at it. All you have to do is smile and look handsome.
Right here. You're gonna slide right back. There you go.
what's going on. I get it. I have a lot of grandkids. Okay. For our final item, I have the honor of recognizing some outstanding athletes who have served in our nation's armed forces. I would like to invite the members of the Nevada chapter of the Paralyzed Veterans of America to join us at the podium. Good to see you. All right. Fantastic. All right. Okay. Earlier this year, this organization sent 11 wheelchair athletes to Detroit for the 45th National Veterans Wheelchair Games. Our Nevada team competed in many events, including swimming, basketball, rugby, softball, powerlifting, air rifle, disc golf, and others. Incredibly, although I don't think it's incredibly, it's perfect, our athletes brought back 5 bronze medals, 11 silver, and an astonishing 21 gold medals. I want to congratulate you all and thank the Nevada chapter of the Paralyzed Veterans of America. We support your mission to help veterans with spinal cord disorders and injuries. Your work ensures that every veteran regains what they fought for, their freedom and independence. I want to thank all of you, and I'd like to invite Mark Christensen, the legislative director of the Nevada chapter of the Paralyzed Veterans of America, to say a few words. Before he does, I have a personal relationship with the paralyzed veterans, and I will tell you why. When I was in Congress, I did a lot of work. I was on the Veterans Affairs Committee when I first was elected to Congress, and spent a lot of time getting to know the veterans and what their challenges are. They became very, very good friends of mine. The president of the Paralyzed Veterans of America became a close friend of mine, and he had some serious medical needs. In those days, we did not have a veterans hospital here, and he had to go to Long Beach. And when you go, you're without your family, you have no support system, and you have to travel a great distance in order to get the medical care that you need. I never saw him again. He passed at the hospital in Long Beach, and I kept thinking to myself how important it would be to have a VA hospital here in Southern Nevada so that our veterans didn't have to travel so far to get the medical care that they were entitled to. So very much a part of the VA hospital being built had to do with my relationship with the paralyzed veterans. They probably don't know this, but I want you to know that you were instrumental in helping us get that VA hospital built, and it's probably one of the best VA hospitals in the country. And it's thanks to the men that are here today, the men and women that have served, have been injured, and now serve us in other ways. So thank you all very much. And Mark, raise your hand. It's so good to see you. Would you say a few words?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty, let me give you a smooch. Uh-oh, scandal. Make sure you wipe that off.
I will, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, council members, Madam Mayor. Our team that went are phenomenal. I cannot begin to tell you, we train all year for this event, on and off. We get support from our sponsors, Julie and the team at the office. We go there to represent you. We defended this country, and now we're afflicted, some of us, from that service, Actually, I think all of us from that service in one way or the other. We want to thank you. We appreciate you. And just know that we still continue the fight. Thank you.
And Mark, we we have a number of proclamations which I'd like to share with you, but we would like to give a proclamation to all of the gentlemen that participated in the athletic games. So would you mind contacting the mayor's office and giving us the names of those that are not, I only have 4 with me now, but we'd like to make sure that everybody gets one. So we'll need to know how many more we should give. Yes, all righty. Okay. In that case, let me hand you the 4. I'm not going to read. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but this is a proclamation from the mayor's office, and proclaims August 19th, 2026 as Nevada Chapter of Paralyzed Veterans of America Day here in the city of Las Vegas. We thank you, we salute you, and we honor you today and every other day as we should. And yeah, Mark, you'll notice that the picture, that the proclamation is not framed. That's because you have more money than the city of Las Vegas right now. And so I'm gonna leave the framing to you. And now if we can all cuddle together so we can take a group shot. We're gonna slide this okay. Oh, let me grab this so I don't lose it.
I wonder if they could center.
Oh, just in the back. Okay, here, let me help you. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. That angle is weird. Yes, you are.
Yeah, there you go. I think they're doing it.
Yes, they got it.
They got it. Oh, yes, absolutely. Your best side.
We will reconvene the city council meeting at 9:30. To agenda item 7. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Please say which agenda item you will be speaking about. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council members are not able to respond or engage in dialogue. You may also address the council at the end of the meeting during citizens' participation regarding matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Although you are not permitted or prohibited from speaking during both public comment periods, we kindly ask that your comments are not repetitive. We will set the time at 2 minutes. Does anyone wish to come forward? Seeing nobody, we will move to agenda item 8. For possible action, any items from the 9:30 a.m. session that the council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have agenda item 33, appeal of conditions for a full alcohol on-premise license for Substance Nightlife LLC, doing business as Substance at 450 Fremont Street, Suite 270. An abeyance has been requested to the September 2nd, 2026 meeting. This request is being made by staff. We also have agenda item 53, 26-0306-EOT1, the applicant owner at 1200 South Las Vegas Boulevard LLC on 1.70 acres on the west side of Las Vegas Boulevard, approximately 650 feet south of Charleston Boulevard. An abeyance has been requested to the September 16th, 2026 City Council meeting, and this request is being made by the applicant, and those are the only 2 abeyance requests we have for this agenda.
All right, and is there a motion?
There's a motion to move to approve with the stated items being held.
Thank you. Shall we vote?
Aye.
Post? Motion carries. Agenda item 9, for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the July 15th, 2026 regular City Council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve.
Please vote.
Aye.
Post? Motion carries. Agenda item 10. Items number 10 through 31 are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward? Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the consent agenda for items 10 through 31?
Move to approve.
Please vote.
Aye.
Post? Motion carries. Agenda item number 32. A report by Mike Jansen, City Manager, and discussion for possible action to approve a new 2-year collective bargaining agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Las Vegas City Employees Association, not to exceed $17,784.58. Various funds or awards are impacted. Mr. Jansen.
Good morning, Mayor
everybody.
Berkeley. Members of City Council, Mike Jansen, City Manager. A little bit of a tag team presentation for you today, so I'd like to introduce my colleagues on my right. I have our HR Director, Sue Brown, and next to Sue is our Senior Assistant City Attorney, Morgan Davis. And today we have some official business to do related to NRS, where I have an official statement that I have to make before you see the presentation from Sue. But before I get to that official presentation, I just would like to take a moment to recognize that what's before you today is the contract that represents the most city employees that we have. As you know, close to 4,000 full-time employees. At least 1,000 of them, Sue has the exact numbers, are represented through this particular contract. And when you have a contract that is that impactful to so many many of our employees. A strategy that's been employed over the years has been to ensure that the city manager, as well as my team, meets regularly with the leadership of the CEA. And so I just would like to take a moment to recognize a couple of the CEA leaders that are here, the president of the CEA, DeAndre Carruthers, and the vice president of the CEA, Stephanie DeMalis. And as I mentioned, I meet with them just regularly just to kind of do a temperature check and see how we can make the city a better place to work. And without their support and cooperation and professionalism during a contract negotiation, we probably wouldn't be here today. So again, I want to thank them first and foremost for their partnership. A whole load of city employees are involved to bring a contract like this forward. Sometimes these processes can be really, really long, or sometimes they just are the time it took to get here today. And so I want to thank first and foremost our negotiation team, as well as our CFO and finance team, that throughout the course of looking at different options in a contract, there's a whole lot of math to look at. There's a whole lot of analysis to do. And throughout that process, they're terrific. And so with that, Mayor Berkeley and City Council, the official notice I'd like to bring into the record is pursuant to NRS 288-153. As city manager, I'm reporting on a new 2-year collective bargaining agreement with the LVCEA. The estimated fiscal impact of the 2-year agreement is not to exceed $17,784,058. And with that official entry into the record, I'll turn over the next part of this presentation to Sue Brown.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Thank you, Mike, for the intro. As he mentioned, we are here before you today to present the 2-year collective bargaining agreement with the LVCEA. We have a very short presentation to go over the compensable items of the new contract. So by way of background, the LVCEA bargaining unit covers approximately 1,235 employees. It's our largest bargaining unit. Our negotiations started in February of this year. We went through a total of 7 meetings through May 18th, where the LVCA did declare impasse at that meeting. However, subsequently, we met and had mediation on June 25th, and at that mediation, we were able to reach a tentative agreement. This agreement is for a period of 2 years, from July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2028, and the LVCA bargaining memberships have voted to approve this contract. Going into the items with the fiscal impact, Article 17, wages. This is a 2-year agreement. Effective July 1st, 2026, we have agreed to a 2.7% cost of living adjustment. This is per the 2025 annual CPI. In addition to the COLA, we have also agreed to a 2% increase to the top step of all salary schedules. In year 2 of the contract, effective July 1, 2027, we have agreed to a COLA that is based on the CPI of 2026. So we won't know that figure until the year is over, and the range for the cost of living adjustment is between 2% floor and 3.5% ceiling. Again, in year 2 of the contract, we're adding a 2% increase to the top step of all the salary schedules. Article 15, for clothing and tool allowance, we have agreed to increase the annual tool allowance by $40, and that will be going from approximately $175. The current amount is between $175 to $320, and it's going to go up by $40. The annual shoe allowance will increase by $50. The current amount for shoe allowance is $175, so it will go up to $225. Article 18, for medical benefits, we have agreed to increase the term life insurance policy from $20,000 policy to a $50,000 policy. In Article 23, schedules and hours, we are increasing the standby pay from $35 to $50 if you're on standby on your normal workday, or if you're on standby on your normal day off, we're increasing that amount from $50 to $75. And again, the 2-year agreement, the fiscal impact is not to exceed $17,784,058. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you so much. Do any of the council members have any questions? Seeing none, I thank you so much. And is there a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move to approve.
Please vote.
Aye.
I'm gonna, here we go, okay. Post?
Thank you.
Congratulations. Agenda item 33 was held in abeyance till the September 2nd meeting. Agenda item number 34, boards and commissions. Discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of the following nominee to the Board of Directors of the City of Las Vegas Strong Start Academy Elementary Schools, Inc., Christy Cole, Youth Development and Social Initiatives Director's Designee. This item will appoint Ms. Cole to replace Lori McGahee, who will be teaching full-time. If appointed, Ms. Cole will serve an initial 2-year term ending August 19th, 2028. I move to approve this appointment. Please vote.
Aye.
Post? Motion carries. Agenda item number 35. Recommending committee, bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2026-27. Councilwoman Polensky, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Bill number 2026-27, an ordinance to adopt a redevelopment plan for the redevelopment area commonly known as Redevelopment Area 3, consisting of non-contiguous parcels generally bounded by Owens Avenue to the north, Nellis Boulevard to the east, Charleston Boulevard to the south, and 21st Street to the west, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Please vote. Post?
Aye.
Thank you, Nancy. Motion carries. Agenda item 36. Bill number 2026-28. Councilman Knudsen, would you like to have this bill read?
Yes, Mayor. Bill number 2026-28, an ordinance to adopt that certain document entitled First Amendment to Cooperative Campus Development Agreement and to provide for other related matters.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Please vote.
Aye.
Post? Motion carries. Agenda item 37, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 37 and 38, bill numbers 2026-29 and 2026-30 will be held at a later meeting. Agenda item number 39, new bills. Item 39, Bill 2026-31 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Monday, August 31st. City Attorney, would you read the new bill?
Yes, ma'am. Bill number 2026-31, an ordinance to amend various sections of LVMC Chapter 11.68 to update provisions governing street performers within the pedestrian mall to clarify provisions related to events held by the Fremont Street Experience Limited Liability Company and provide for other related matters.
Thank you so much. New Bill 2026-31 is assigned to the August 31st, 2026 recommending committee members, Councilman Knudsen and Councilwomen Polensky and Diaz. If any so designated are unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my direction. Thank you so much. Items number 40 through 44C appear on a one motion, one vote agenda and may be considered in one motion, one vote as they are routine items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the applications recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 40, 26-0121. Applicant owner Lee J. LLC on the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.16 acres at 731 South 7th Street, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz, 40A, 26-0121-WVR1 to allow a 50-foot lot width where 60 feet is required. Agenda item 40B, 26-0121-CON1 from PR, Professional Office and Parking, to PO, Professional Office. 40C, 26-0121-SDR1 for a major amendment to an approved rezoning and plot plan review, Z-0012-85, for the proposed conversion of an existing one-story, 1,498 square foot office into a rental store and parking lot reconfiguration with waivers of Appendix F interim downtown Las Vegas Development Standards Area 2. Number 41, 26-0191, SUP1, applicant Better Days Recovery Center, owner Infinity LLC, on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed facility to provide testing, treatment, or counseling for drug or alcohol abuse at 2330 Paseo del Prado, Suites 107 and 109, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. Item 42, 26-0193-SDR1, applicant Rancho 95 Capital Management et al., owner Masonic Memorial Temple, on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed two-story, 36,000 square foot office building development with waivers of perimeter, landscape buffer requirements, and building orientation development standards on 2.76 acres at the northeast corner of Mesquite Avenue and Rancho Drive, O Office Zone, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. Item 43. 26-0201-SUP1, applicant Pasari Salon, owner 1993 Miguel Family Trust, on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed massage establishment use with waivers of distance separation from an individual care center licensed for more than 12 children and residential zone properties at 5855 West Craig Road, Suite 105, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. Item 44, 26-0208, applicant owner Canyon Walk LLC, on the following land use entitlement project request on 515 acres located at the terminus of Centennial Parkway, west of Clark County 215, Ward 4, Ms. Allen Polensky. 44A, 26-0208-MOD1 to amend the Sky Summit Design Guidelines, Master Land Use Plan, Master Trail Plan, Master Street Section Exhibit, and to redesignate parcel 3.3 from ML Medium Low Residential to MLA Medium Low Attached Residential, Sky Summit Special Land Use Designation. 44B, 26-0208-DVN1 to allow a section of the Sheep Mountain Parkway perimeter wall that does not conform to Sky Summit development standards for height, 10.27 acre portion of APN 126-23-301-004. Item 44C, 26-0208-TMP1, Sky Summit Partial 3.3 for a proposed 130-lot single-family attached residential subdivision, a 10.27 acre portion of the APN 126-23-301-004. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of all of these items. These are public hearings that I now declare open. Is anyone wishing to be heard on items 40 through 44C?
Madam Mayor, Peter Lowenstein for the record, over here.
Yes.
Staff does have some amendments for items 41 and 42. Item 41, we'd like the added condition of approval placed on the application to read as an administrative required review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of business license issuance. And on item number 42, which is 26-0193 SDR1, we'd like to amend condition number 14 to read, coordinate the sewer connection for this site at a size, depth, and location acceptable to the sanitary sewer engineering section of the Department of Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Then Mayor Pro
Madam
Tem,
Mayor.
may I have a motion? Oh, pardon me.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On item number 43, I would like to add a condition of a 1-year review.
1-year review. And
Through
that's
you.
item 43?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that condition would read similar to item 41. It would read, an administrative required review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of business license issuance.
Are you okay with that?
Thank you, that's perfect.
Great. Then Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the one motion, one vote items 40 through 44-3 with the conditions that have been added?
Yes, we move to.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Madam Mayor,
there's,
I'm so sorry. I have another one. No, I think that's it, because my other one is in discussion. My apologies, sorry.
Okay, that's no problem. Continue with your motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I move to approve all of the agenda items that are on one motion, one vote with the amended conditions that Mr. Lowenstein has articulated.
Thank you so much. Please vote.
Aye.
Post. Motion carries. Agenda item 45, 26-0013, appeal item on an appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission of the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.42 acres at 2333 North Martin Luther King Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, 45A, 26-0013-VAR1, appeal item to allow 15 parking spaces where 20 are required. Item 45B, 26-0013, SUP1, appeal item for a proposed motor vehicle parts sales, installation, and repair, motor vehicle repair minor use, 45C, 26-0013-SDR1, appeal item for a proposed one-story, 2,921 square foot auto repair garage development and parking lot reconfiguration with a waiver of Title 19.08 development standards to allow bay doors to face the right-of-way where such is not currently allowed. The applicant owner is 2331 MLK Investments LLC. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial on the land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong, and this is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Yeah, please come forward. Good morning. Would you state your name for the record and tell us about your project?
Hi, I'm Dennis Santiago, representing the LLC. The variance, the first variance, which is to allow the parking spaces, that's been in compliance. That's in compliance now. The special use permits, what we're asking for the proposed motor vehicle, parts and sales installation, and also the bay doors to face MLK, which the setback is more than 80 feet. So the development will allow in this particular circumference of an area right there to, it's much needed as far as it's a tire repair shop, is what it is. It's not oil change or anything like that. It's just a tire repair shop, and it would serve the community in that area. It ends on Miller Street and MLK.
My name is Juan Peña, and we've been here in Las Vegas for almost 30 years, and we want to take the city of Las Vegas through other locations that we have, and we just want the chance to comply and make it right. That's all we're asking.
If I may, the landscaping that were proposed before, he's in full compliance to comply with it. It has not been done. Some of the trees were planted on MLK, and the proposed landscaping plan that I believe was sent to Ms. McKenzie. I didn't see any photos of it here, but that was done with AI, showing what it would look like after it would be in compliance. So it would beautify the MLK corridor. We'll have the trees, and it would have proper landscaping and irrigation as it was proposed by some of the members, the council members before. When it first was at the commission, they said, did you have irrigation? So we didn't have any at the time. But it will, of course, be in full compliance with that. So the trees would create the shade that I believe at the first meeting is much needed in that area. There's no trees in that area. It's pretty much you walk through there and you have only one thing to contend with, that's the sun. So he will be in compliance with that. The building has been cleaned up. It doesn't look like those photos anymore. He repainted it, and it looks absolutely different. The photos that didn't give it justice. He did clean up the site, and he just wants an opportunity to conduct business.
Thank you. Are you saying that you've complied with all of the issues? And you're
No, he complied with, as far as, the first issue that he complied with, it's the required parking.
Right.
So the variance is, that one says to allow 15 parking spaces where 20 are required.
Yes.
So that's been, that's in compliance now.
Okay.
So we were able to fit 21 spaces, one more parking spot. So we're asking for the special use permit for the motor vehicle area. And that would be common, I mean, in most places in that particular corner to have a motor vehicle repair in case you break down or get a tire. But it's not a repair shop, it's a tire repair shop. And it, like I said, it doesn't look at this moment like those pics. Those pics were, that was the beginning. He cleaned it up. What's left that he will do in compliance is the landscaping, and he would beautify the front corridor. And the building, it's been repainted. It doesn't look like that anymore. I know it looked, yeah, it needed help, so.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Peter Lowenstein for record. Staff finds the unpermitted conversion of the site to a motor vehicle sales, installation, and repair, bracketed motor vehicle repair minor use, to be self-imposed hardship as the applicant overdeveloped the subject site as evidenced by the requested waivers and exceptions from the bay doors, parking lot trees, perimeter landscaping buffer widths, perimeter landscape trees and shrubs, and perimeter landscape ground cover. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the special use permit and site development plan review. We did receive revised plans which show additional parking being provided on the southern property line, which is either 21 parking spaces being provided, but when dimensioned out, maybe just right at the 20. Either way, the existing variance application would no longer be needed, and if this were to be approved, that particular variance would be stricken. As I said, staff is recommending denial of the special use permit and the site development plan review. Thank you.
Is there anybody else wishing to be heard? This is a public meeting. Are there any questions from city council members? Okay, go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want clarifications as to the pictures that I saw look like a tire shop. So are you keeping the tire shop and augmenting the services that are being rendered, or are you completely shifting to this part sales, installation, or minor repairs of motor vehicles, just so that the council is clear as to the scope of work that you're requesting to do in this space?
Okay, to clarify that, real clear, it's just a tire repair shop. It's not a parts, it's not a motor vehicle. Right?
No mechanic work.
There's no mechanical work. So it's, all it is a tire repair shop. And as far as the bay doors facing MLK, I believe we're about 80 or more feet from MLK. And I don't like to make comparisons, but this is one that others that this is the setback. It would comply with, not comply with, but it doesn't comply at this moment with what we're asking for. But if not approved, we would move the bay doors to the south side. We need the place open. It's just for a tire repair shop for clearance. As far as for clarification, there's no parts, there's no oil change, there's no mechanical work. So if the bay doors are an issue, I don't know why it would be opposed. If the bay doors, if that's one of the issues, then we would move them to the south eventually. It would not end here. We would continue to try to get this permit. So, so that would be, I guess that would be the SUP 1, the last one, or let's see. It would be, yeah, the SDR 1 for the face to right away where such is not allowed, that one. So that could, go ahead.
No, I just want, staff, let me ask you something. If in fact they're now in compliance with parking, and if they are willing to move the bay doors to the south side of the property, and landscaping is in the process of complying with our ordinances or our rules, would there still be an objection?
Madam Mayor, so the bay doors were converted without building permit. So before it was a storefront. The relocation of them, we would do through a building permit at some point in the future. The use permit, that particular component would drop off. The parking, if they maintain the required number of parking for the proposed use of the site, that shouldn't be an issue. The landscaping goes beyond just complying with what's along the street frontage. There's the perimeter on the north and south and the west that would also need to be complied with, which the site does not. So in considerations with that and converting a site and not updating some of the landscaping, staff's recommendation most likely would stay similar. But depending on how much other improvements are done on the site, that may change.
If I may.
Is there, Ms. Summers Armstrong?
Can I just pepper, before I let them go to the councilwoman, as someone who has a lot of tire shops in her ward, it's just sometimes not aesthetically helpful to the neighborhoods that are adjacent them when you have, depending on how you store your tires. And I've seen a lot of the tire shops keep them out in the front, stack them where they're visible to the people that are going by. And so I just wanted to, I don't know what the councilwoman's going to do. So this is just for you to kind of walk away with hopefully knowing that we want to see better. We don't want to see a bunch of tires just in the view of everyone, because I don't think it adds any beauty to the neighborhood. If anything, it doesn't help us elevate and lift the neighborhoods you're in. So I just kind of wanted to pepper that thought in there that I have so many and we look at them and sometimes you're just like, all of those stacks of tires are really not needed where I can see them. Find a place where you can stash them behind the scenes so that as people who really care about how our city looks, and so that we don't get then dinged on, oh, well, the city doesn't care. No, we do care, but sometimes it's out of our control and it's in your hands to make us look, make the neighborhood look the best it can. So that's what I'm going to just leave that thought here, because I have so many, and I sometimes am like, I know the services are needed. We all get a nail and a screw in our tire and we need someone to fix it. And you guys are awesome at that, but just think about how you need to also help us make the neighborhood look really nice. Thank you.
Yes, go right ahead.
Can I ask, has anybody used the services of a Mexican tire shop through the years?
You're a little ways from me, so I wouldn't drive all that way with the flat tire, but I'm not sure about the councilwoman maybe.
Has anybody? No?
No.
Nobody has had any emergencies? Because usually it's an emergency, like you have a flat, you need a place to, I mean, we have the convenience for the customers, like we take care of them right away. We don't make them wait, like, instead like the other stores, like, okay, what's your name, mail, miles, this and that. We just, okay, what do you need? A tire repair? Okay, we'll do it, boom, boom. And they're so we serve the community, and it's not just the area. We service a lot of people that live on the north side, because that's a very big avenue. So, I mean, the services, we take care of the customers, and that's why we have a lot of customers. So, and we're not doing anything wrong. We got employees. We're not doing any illegal stuff. There's a lot of things going around there. A lot of people selling things that are not supposed to, but we're just trying to make a living. And we have employees that are waiting on your, results. And we appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Before I call on Councilwoman Summers Armstrong, did I hear you say that you have other tire shops throughout the city?
Yes.
How many do you have?
Well, I have partnerships with Amigo Tires, with Entera Tropicana, El Compa, and all of them are in different, they're North Las Vegas, City of Las Vegas, and Clark County. So we've been here 29 years.
Okay, thank you so much.
I have one last comment.
Yes, of course.
Staff mentioned the landscaping to the surrounding area, and when I said landscaping, I didn't mean just the corridor. I didn't make that clear to you, I suppose. But the landscaping on the prior submittal, I think, maybe not the prior submittal to the council, but on a drawing that was rendered to Ms. McKenzie, it showed both to the south, to the north, and to the corridor. So to answer councilman's, not council, but staff's questions, it wasn't just the corridor. Of course, we would comply with both sides, the north, the south, and the MLK corridor. He would comply with that, and on that particular drawing, you see just the trees. You do see them on the north and on the corridor. You just don't see them on the south. On the south will be landscaping, or if they want trees, we would propose to put a tree there or two, whatever would be required to be in compliance. So that would conclude the landscaping that staff was, if staff said that if that was in compliance, they would probably consider it. So yes, that was in the planning to do all three sides. In the rear, there's no need to have trees back there. That's a lot. That's a large wall there that doesn't need it. It's next to a school, I believe, right there. So that would change, and if the doors needed to be facing the south, he would be in compliance with that. But I know that those, not that I know, that those doors in the front are facing MLK. Yeah, he rented it to someone else. They did that without a permit. He will have to get a retrofit for a permit for that. And if they were to be moved to the south side, he would need a permit for those doors, and they would have, of course, a lintel and a permit for that, and structural engineering done on the CMU. But I don't see the necessity to go to the south side. That would just be a permit issue in the front, which can be complied with the structural engineering and architectural, of course, like you would normally do, and put it in submit it to the building department for review and permitting.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for coming in. I appreciate you all coming to my office. When we spoke, you had said that you would submit a landscape plan. It didn't get into the packet for us to review before today's meeting. You had a code enforcement violation that is still existing because you were supposed to move your food truck. And the food truck, when I passed by there a couple days ago, was still in the front, and it was not supposed to be. So that hasn't been cleared up. I think that we might need to obey this until you can resubmit with the drawing with the doors to the south. I'm concerned that moving the doors to the south is now going to change circulation on the south, on the property, and I don't know if staff can help me understand this, if this would be an issue now for circulation, if people are coming, because you have two driveways. You have one on Martin Luther King on the sort of the north, nearest to what's the street? Cary. And then you have another one that's nearest to where your food truck is, which is the space in between. There's like a gap between the school. There's like a little empty space where Pearson is, right? And that's where your food truck is. Right. And my understanding is that you have a code enforcement that said that you were supposed to move the food truck away from where it was, which is near the Pearson property, near the street, and move it back. That's the same area where now you're saying you will put your door. So I don't know how this is going to work.
Well, first, I talked to Inspector Cornforce, and he said that I need to move it, but we're just waiting for you to approve it, and then we can. It's like building a house. We don't want to start digging if we don't get the approval. So
But
we need to
let me
approve it
disagree
first,
with you.
and then we can move and do
Let
whatever.
me disagree. The food truck is supposed to be moved, period. Not based upon whether or not you get this. The food truck was supposed to be moved,
But
okay?
it's moved if we get approved. If we don't get approved, then.
No.
Because it's fully licensed right now.
Yes, but it's in the
And,
wrong spot. It's in the wrong spot. So, all that aside, listen, I want businesses in West Las Vegas, in historic West Las Vegas. We need businesses, and you provide a valuable service. But I think my colleague brought something to the conversation that's very important. As we are trying to rejuvenate, revitalize urban communities, first of all, this was in the county first, right? So what was done under county rules, that's why it's so close to the street. We're in the city now. Now it's part of the city. And for me, who've lived in this neighborhood almost 28 years, as we are moving forward, we want to beautify because we don't just want your business, we want other businesses to come forward as well, right? And all that has to, and it's very important what our businesses present to the public as they're driving through. So I guess my question to our staff would be, would it be best for him to come with revised plans that could possibly get rid of these things? He's talking about parking spots, he can address it. We're talking about landscape, which can be addressed. We're talking about changing the bay doors from the eastern visibility to the south. And then I'd also like there to be a condition about hours of operation, because I have another store I don't think they should be, but they're trying to be open 24 hours. This is not acceptable. And the storage and the view of your tires. And if you move your entrance to the south side, what now has to be done with your food truck? Because that has to be under consideration, whether or not people will be able to enter on the south side to get service, and then your food truck is there on the south side currently. So we've got some complications or some things that are fighting one another that we need to address. So my question to you is, would you be okay with us obeying this while you address these things in a drawing and with clarity so that you present to us a clear plan the next time, as opposed to us just discussing these things? Because quite frankly, in its current form, without anything in front of me, I'm leaning towards following the direction of the Planning Commission and the city staff. But I want to give you an opportunity, and so you tell me, staff, if that would be the best thing.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So it is up to the applicant if they're wanting to obey the item to pursue that. If not, I guess they can have a vote now. The revisions to the plan would include the site plan, the floor plan, all of that would adjust because of if the bay doors are being relocated on it, that where it's called out as office, that would then change to something else, and the office would move interior into the building, if at all. So they would have to make that decision as far as if they would entertain revising their plans based on their business model. Thank you.
Okay.
I think we'd like to give you an opportunity to demonstrate to the city council that you are in fact in compliance. Are you suggesting a 1-month delay?
That would be acceptable to me if you all believe you can comply.
Can you get these things done within the next month and come back and visit with us?
Yes.
Are you speaking about a new site plan and the relocation of the doors? or is that what staff is bringing about, to do a new reconfiguration of the lot as far as showing the landscaping, which we did submit a landscaping a plan. It's not here, but it showed the corridor, it showed the south side, and it did show the north side, so that was complied with. The doors, if we could get the doors approved, then we wouldn't have to retrofit. There's two walls. There's a CMU on the east side that would need several lintels and columns. It's a major retrofit. And on the inside, there's another one where it says office. There's another CMU there. So it would need a retrofit also there, lintels, footings possibly, an engineer we would have to expose the existing footings. Those buildings were built a long time ago. Okay, so the footings would have to be addressed also. It's not a matter of just a little easy retrofit. It's not, it's complicated. I just happen to been around a building for over 30 years and licensed 30 here in the state of Nevada. So it's not a retrofit that's simple. And the drawing, yeah, we could have that in a couple of weeks or in a week. The work is, that's.
Surely.
Yeah.
Ms. Summers Armstrong, do you want to clarify what you would expect of them? And
Thank
perhaps
you.
suggest that they meet with you before they do anything that would be unnecessary?
Agreed. So I would suggest that, because I haven't seen, so you said you submitted something, but I haven't seen anything. And so I think if you could.
Madam Mayor, just for point of clarification, on the screen right now, that's a date stamped 8/6 of 26. That is the most recent plan we have from the applicant. That's the one in reference.
May I?
Please.
I submitted those to Ms. McKenzie. Okay, I believe I did the landscaping drawing, and I may be mistaken. I'm not going to say for sure for that, but I'm not a liar. I know that the landscaping plan, I sent it also to Mr. Pena, and I used an AI rendering depiction, and we took that plan, the MLK, and converted it into a complete finished landscaping on MLK, and it showed also, it covered the driveway also. We knew that, but that was obvious that couldn't be there. So as far as the other driveway, that property is zero lot line, I believe, on the other side, so that wouldn't be another driveway. There's only one way in, one way out. The other property that's been sitting there for years, that's locked. They don't want to sell it. As far as him access in there, that's not going to work. So if it's a plan there that you're after, we can give you what we have already, the landscaping, and we can give you the front doors, I think facing MLK, that would need some help as far as the variance to be able to face, and that would help not to retrofit two major CMU walls. They're over, I believe, 25 feet or 20 feet or whatever, and then address all these footings, which is a major expense. It really is. But if that's what it would take, Mr. Pena mentioned to me that he would go through that, but it's gonna take a long time to get a permit. I mean, first to do the drawing,
Well, I don't think that the councilwoman, I don't want to put words in your mouth, expects you to do this. We just need to know what you are going to do so that we can.
We can do the site plan. We can do the site plan if that's what you require, and we don't need 30 days, less than 30 days. We can.
Do you want to do it on the next agenda, Ms. Summers Armstrong?
Through you, just for processing of plans when they come in, a 2-week turnaround means the plans would have to be here yesterday. So
in a
30
month
days
from
is
now.
the appropriate amount. Thank you.
I think we're looking at September the 16th. Is that what, Madam Clerk, is that the date that you, okay. All right, so I think an abeyance the 16th would be appropriate if you all would agree. If you can please get in touch with my office as soon as possible. We can do a virtual call to sort of cut down on time. I still don't see a placement of the food truck that is in compliance where the food truck is supposed to be. You've got a van accessible parking spot, and we still have to deal with the issue of the bay doors facing Martin Luther King. So we have a couple things to talk about. But would you be okay with the abeyance until September 16th so we can talk this out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I need, I mean, in the worst case, if we need to move the food truck, we'll just move it to a different location.
Let's just talk about it, okay?
Uh,
So if you're in, we can talk about this all day, but there's other items on the agenda, and we're kind of talking in
We
circles
appreciate
right
your
now.
time. Thank you
So
for your attention.
the
Thank you.
16th of September, we'll move it, and then
Yes.
you all will get in touch with my office.
Mexican celebration, so.
Okay. One last on the site plan. So you're not going to approve as far as the bay doors facing MLK? So we have to, we would need to propose on the site plan the bay doors facing the south side? Is that what you're asking? Because on it, then the front, we just need retrofitting as far as the lintel or, well, you wouldn't need a lintel on the front because those were storefront windows. So it would need some reinforcement there, structural reinforcement by a structural engineer, of course, a design, and we would provide the drawing, the architectural drawing. But on the site plan, are you asking to move the doors to the south side? Is that what you're asking? Or can the front be retrofitted and
Can I make a
accepted?
suggestion? We recognize that you are successful businessmen that have been doing business in this community for a while. We also recognize the fact that that this service is needed. There are still a couple of questions that need to satisfy the members of the City Council. So I'm going to suggest that we obey this for 1 month to get everything done. I suggest you get in touch with the councilwoman at your earliest convenience, sit down with her again, and just make sure that what her concerns are being addressed. And I am quite certain that we will come to an agreement that all parties are going to be satisfied with. So if you're okay with that, I will entertain a motion, Ms. Summers Armstrong, and put everything in your motion that you wish to.
Let's just obey the item till the 16th of September, and in that period, we will have our discussions and get everything squared away.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, is that in the form of a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please vote. Post?
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll see you here in a month.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Agenda item 46, 26-0073-VAR1, variance applicant Sam Dunham, owner, SC Dunham Revocable Trust, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow an existing residential accessory structure, a carport, that does not conform to Title 19.06 Development Standards for Separation and Setbacks on 0.31 acres at 4016 Villa Flora Street, R-PD2 Residential Plan Development, 2 units per acre zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing. I now declare open. The applicant is present. Would you please state your name and tell us about your project?
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Sam Dunham, I'm the applicant. This is for a RV carport on the side of my house. I live in a 58-unit or 58-lot subdivision that's gated. They're private streets. This carport is set back, or RV port is set back 70 feet from the drive. I have approval from my HOA. I have approval from my 4 immediate neighbors. I noticed in the packet that a couple of neighbors across the street from me sent in cards of approval. Commissioner Stacy Walters was kind enough to come and visit with me on the site. She gave her approval. It was the Planning Commission also voted 7-0 to approve this application. This is the third of its kind in my little neighborhood. 4 houses away from me is the exact same thing, exact same carport, same contractor. So I'm asking for your approval on this.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Staff finds no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented to warrant the requested variance, and as such, the hardship is self-imposed, and staff recommends denial. Thank you.
Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council members?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Dunham, thank you for coming in to meet with me and meeting with my planning commissioner. I'm just going to give you a verbal spank on the hand because we used to work in planning, and you know that you should have come before us. And although your immediate neighbors might be supporting this, you also have some of your neighbors who are not happy about this. And it places us in the city in a really sort of uncomfortable position that we are doing an approval or we're considering something after you've already done it. And I understand the reasons why you did it. We all are looking at our dollars and cents and trying to take advantage of things. But I have worked really hard since I've been here. We've put together a flyer, we put it on our newsletter, and we've been trying to encourage the members of the Ward 5 community to please go to planning first. The reason for that is when things are out of compliance, you are getting what the rules are in advance and keeping us from having to go through something like this. You have neighbors who have sent cards in that have said, Mr. Dunham should have asked first, or he knows. I don't know what your other neighbors did. But I'm here now, and so I'm going to move for approval, but it would be helpful to me as a leader in this community and for you as a leader in the community to help me by just, going through the process first before you do things.
Yes, ma'am, I will accept that slap on the hand.
Okay, all right.
And that smile, too, thank you.
All right, ma'am, I vote for approval or move to approve this.
All right. Please vote.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you.
Agenda item 47, 26-0157 on the following land use entitlement project request on 0.49 acres at 837 Balzar Avenue, R2 medium-low density residential zone. 47A, 26-0157-VAR1 to allow a proposed building and an existing residential accessory structure patio cover to not conform to Title 19.06 Development Standards for distance between buildings and separation. 47B, 26-0157-SDR1 for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review and special use permit U-0053-00 for the proposed addition of a one-story, 1,800 square foot building and parking lot reconfiguration to an existing church development with a waiver of Title 19 development standards for landscape buffer requirements. The applicant owner is Church of God in Christ, Inc. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. They're public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Welcome. Would you state your name and tell us about your project?
Good morning,
Good
Mayor
morning.
and Council. Pastor David Webb. The project that we have before you is we want to beautify the community, the neighborhood, and getting together with the staff and the parishioners at the church. We thought it necessary to not only just do a parking lot, but have another existing building off to the side, which will be a double-wide portable, to make it possible for the community as a whole. The library, which has just been built, was moved from right around the corner from the church to the other side of Martin Luther King. And what we want to be able to do, if there are students in that neighborhood that want to come to that particular location to
wait for their parents, whatever it may be. We want to make that available to them. And we just want to do a good deed for the neighborhood.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. Staff finds that no evidence of a unique and extraordinary circumstance has been presented to warrant the requested variance for the proposed building and patio cover. As a result, staff recommends denial of the variance and major amendment to that previously approved site development plan review, and subject to conditions if approved. And just to note, the Planning Commission did add some conditions. They added a larger size trees to be planted, relocation of some shrubs from one side of the site to another, as well as prohibited mondel and Mexican fan palms in the area to provide more shade trees versus those two tree
Thank
types.
you so
Thank
much. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Do you agree to the conditions that staff just set forth?
Yes.
All right. Are there any questions from the council members?
Madam Mayor?
Seeing none, yes, Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you. Well, Pastor Webb, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for coming in. I can't let you get by without the pat on the hand either, because that patio cover was put up there without permits, but it was well installed, and you are going to comply with the things that were recommended at planning. I'm going to add one more thing. We talked about the storage unit that you have on site.
Yes.
It must be removed.
We talked about that.
It's not part of your site plan, and we don't want it to get stuck in the corner there between your proposed new structure. I'm excited about what you're going to do in the community. I think it's needed. You're going to make Balzar look much more beautiful with the trees and the shrubs, and a place for our children to gather as they are coming out of school. And again, I encourage you to keep that beautiful church building and just insulate the inside and the ceiling so that it can have better circulation and efficiency. Please use a licensed contractor so that they can come in and get the proper permits. But I'm excited. I think this is falling right in line with what is happening in historic West Las Vegas, which is beautification and rejuvenation. And I'm excited for you. So, Madam Mayor, with that in mind, I'd like to move for approval.
Thank you so much. Please vote.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just as far as the direction to the councilwoman for the storage container to be removed, do you have a set amount of time in which it to be removed?
Thank you very much, Mr. Lowenstein. Pastor, can you have that moved in 60 days?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that would just be direction to staff. It's not part of the site plan, so it's not a
Thank you
condition
so
of approval.
much. All right, please vote.
Aye.
Post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Congratulations and thank you so much. Agenda item 48, 26-0162-VAR1, variance applicant Shirley Hughes, owner Hughes Family Trust, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow an existing patio cover, a carport, that does not conform to Title 19.06 Development Standards for setbacks on 0.14 acres at 4329 Eugene Avenue, R1, single-family residential zone, Ward 5. What a shock, Ms. Summers Armstrong. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Mr. City Attorney, if the applicant is not present, do we postpone?
Mayor Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney, you can either trail the item towards the end of the meeting, we can come back to it after we finish with 53 perhaps, or if the council person would simply like to hold in abeyance already, then we could have a motion and proceed.
Thank you.
What is your pleasure?
Let's go ahead and obey until September the 16th. I'm surprised that the applicant is not here, but not really, because we also haven't heard from her yet, and so we'll reach out.
All right, is that in the, do we need a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, may I have a motion?
Move to obey.
Please vote.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 49, 26-0163- on the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.40 acres at the southeast corner of Fairhaven Street and Lake Mead Boulevard, 49A, 26-0163-GPA1 from RNP, Rural Neighborhood Preservation, to TOD2, Transit-Oriented Development, Low, 49B, 26-0163-VAR1 to allow an 87-foot lot width where 100 is required, 49C, 26-0163-CON1 from RE Residential Estates to C1 Limited Commercial. The applicant owner is here. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends approval on 26-0163-GPA1. Staff recommends denial on 26-0163 VAR1 and Zone 1. These are in Ward 5. Ms. Summers Armstrong, it's a public hearing which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Mayor.
Would you state your name and tell us about your project?
Brandon Potts, 4945 West Patrick Lane, and Adam Patel. Adam Patel is the owner, and the project is essentially we're trying to get some sort of good transition from residential over to the commercial corner on Decatur there and Fairhaven. And in order to do so, the applicant obviously would like to have this project be something that is conducive to the neighborhood transition, and in order to do that, to satisfy the C1 zoning change, we'd like to, obviously, the variance to go from 80 to 187 is due to the right-of-way being have to be dedicated for that extra 20 feet. And so, with that said, we'd like to open it up for questions so we can answer anything else you guys have.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Staff finds that the proposed transit-oriented development low land use category is compatible with surrounding land uses and the 2050 master plan and recommends approval of the general plan amendment. However, the subject lot does not meet the minimum lot width requirement for the current or proposed zoning district, and as such, the proposed rezoning request is a self-imposed hardship, and staff recommends denial of the rezoning and the variance requests, subject to conditions if approved. Thank you.
Is there anybody, this is a public hearing, is there anybody that wishes to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing. Are there questions or comments from the members of the council?
Yes,
Seeing
Madam
none.
Mayor.
Ms. Summers Armstrong, what is your pleasure?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So, thank you for being here. We haven't met before. I think there were some questions about what you intend to develop on here. You have a very small lot. There can be no access from Fairhaven because it's a residential street. What do you have in mind?
Did you want to answer this?
No, go right ahead.
I've owned this lot for 21 years, and I've gone through this entire thought process a gazillion times. From my experience there, I think the best thing in my suggestion is to put up a proper wall system, gate system, and put distribution warehouses, small ones, to service the community. May it be HVAC folks or plumbing or electrical, service providers type of people is all I'm imagining, so that they're 9-to-5 folks. Like I suggested in the last meeting, I don't support any alcohol type of operations or any form of drug operations, may it be paint centers or whatever you call them, or marijuana. I don't want to see any form of lubricants for automobile going on, or paint or pesticide operations. I believe the neighborhood and the area has evolved enough, and that's why I annexed it in from the county into the city years ago, but I've been waiting for the right time so that such service providers would be possible and would be willing to be located there. And I think the time has come, and that's what I would suggest in doing. And I wish to own this property another 20-plus years, so I want stable customers and consistent services.
Thank you for that. Staff, can you please go back to one of the pictures where it shows the existing lot facing, it's looking at it to the east, right? And so I can see on here, there's a CMU wall that backs the existing commercial property that has landscaping and a sidewalk. So the sidewalk would need to be connected from that area all the way to the corner. Is that part of the development standard?
So, Madam Mayor, through you, Seth Floyd for the record. So, because this application is just for the rezoning and GPA, we haven't actually seen what the proposed development would be. So we would address all of those development standards at that time. I did want to point out, though, that based on the description, and we're looking it up now, some of those uses may not actually be allowed in a C1 zone, but we would not evaluate that today. We'd evaluate that when the actual submittal comes in.
So, before you go, so are we just talking about a zoning change right now? There's nothing else proposed? So they'd have to come back when they decide on what they're going to do with the property?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct. They are just asking for a general plan amendment or rezoning, and then with that rezoning, there's a minimum lot width required, and they need a variance from that. But there is no site development review associated with this application.
Okay, all right. Continue, Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that kind of clarifies for me. I think I would just, I'm going to move for approval, but I'm going to just also make a comment that you're probably going to struggle getting something in here because if this comes back while I'm here, I'm going to be very concerned about access off of Fairhaven. That is a residential street. We just have a development. If you've noticed, there are some townhouses for sale that are being constructed, and they don't have access on Fairhaven. And that was on purpose because we wanted to respect the current condition of the community, which is RE. And so just know that it's going to be a little difficult, but I think that you should give it a try. And so with that, Madam Mayor, I'd like to move for approval.
Thank you so much. Please vote.
Aye.
Post? Motion carries.
Thank you.
We'll look forward to hearing what you're planning to do with the property.
Fantastic, thank you.
Agenda item 50, 26-0184 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 1.03 acres on the south side of Sky Point Drive, approximately 315 feet west of Tenaya Way, TC Town Center, Zone SC-TC, Service Commercial Town Center, Special Land Use Designation. 50A, 26-0184-SUP1 for proposed auto repair garage minor use. 50B, 26-0184-SUP2 for a proposed restaurant with drive-through use. 50C, 26-0184-SDR1 for a proposed one-story, 1,872 square foot restaurant with drive-through and a one-story, 3,285 square foot auto repair development with waivers of Town Center Development Standards Manual. The applicant is, and I hope I pronounced this right, Black Development LLC, and the owner is Bisme Series Holdings, Series 2 LLC. Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 6. Ms. Bruni, who is on the phone, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good morning, Your Honor. Council members, my name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Black Development.
Would you tell us about your project?
Yes, thank you. As you can see from the aerial or the overhead There we go. Site is highlighted in yellow. It's about 1 acre. You can see as part of a larger commercial subdivision. It is the last piece of this puzzle for the complete build out of this commercial center. It is located, you can see, along I-11 or US 95. On the east, we are on the on-ramp heading north here. To the south is Ann Road, and then to the north is Sky Point. Some of the uses in the site that already exist, immediately to the west is a veterinarian hospital. Immediately to our east is an existing tavern. And then right here, a little farther east, is a Fairfield Inn Hotel. And then on the corner right here is a gas station, a C-store, I believe a 7-Eleven, along with other inline retail uses. We are coming in with a commercial development as well to match the existing commercial uses. You can see right here, one of the things that I would like to note is that since we're in a commercial subdivision, there are multiple driveway accesses and cross-access throughout the site. In particular, our site right here, you can see we are not requesting any curb cut onto Sky Point. We will utilize the existing commercial driveways on the site. There is already an existing cross-access easement that traverses through the site on the northern portion right here, and that becomes pretty important here in a minute, and I'll explain that further. With respect to our uses, proposed uses, you can see right here we are, as the staff indicated, 2 uses. To the south right here is about a 3,200 square foot proposed minor auto use. It will be a Meineke. The bay doors will be facing both to the west and to the east. We meet all separation requirements with respect to residential. Just to the north of it, on top of the site right here, is a proposed quick service restaurant, just shy of 1,900 square feet. You can see a couple of 2 access points to the drive-through that will then funnel into one as you circulate out. We do not have an end user for this, but we are looking at some local type of coffee shop end users, and with great assistance from Councilwoman Bruni, we've had many dialogues with potential end users on this. This does have a couple of waivers with respect to this application. Number 1 is with respect to the parking layout and the location of this building. As I mentioned, this cross-access point becomes pretty important. It exists today per Title 19, and we are in the Town Center Development Standards. It is liked that the building be located along the road frontage. However, because of the existing cross-access right here, you can see it exists. There's really nothing else we can do. There's existing parking lot, landscaping, development that is located in these areas that would not make it possible really for us to relocate that cross-access and therefore relocate our parking and building footprint. So that is a waiver we're asking where we can allow just 1 row of parking here and the building setback off of the street frontage. The second one is in Town Center. You're only allowed to have a drive-through wraparound on 2 sides of the building. We are requesting to have a third side right here. We think this is important, provides for additional safety, protecting the traffic in this exit lane through here, along with then just the vehicles going through this location here. At Planning Commission, Planning did recommend approval, unanimous approval. They did ask for an additional condition to provide one additional tree located right here in this parking to shield some additional parking. We have provided that. As you can see, it did make it into your backup, so we were able to get that in timely between Planning Commission and City Council here today. The one last thing was a discussion on the drive-through here. This is the plan that Planning Commission did adopt. I do want to show you an alternative. There was discussion about having basically an escape lane right here. So I have also sent that to Planning just in case that is something more preferred by Councilwoman Bruni or this council. But either one works, and I just thought I would show this as well. With that, we agree with all the if approved conditions, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Peter Lowenstein for the record. Due to the requested waivers for building and parking location, staff has recommended denial of both the special use permit and the site development plan review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Oh, okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Rhonda Atlin. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. We live directly across the street. And right now, there is, like you said, the veterinarian office, the 678 restaurant, and the Fairfield Inn, along with the Chevron gas station and the Sinclair gas station to the left of us. It's a very busy road on Sky Point, and they zoom by. This would not be inappropriate to have a Meineke or a restaurant there, because half a mile across the street off of Ann, and I can't remember that name, and I go down that street, you have a McDonald's, a Chevron, an Albertson Shopping Center, and a lot of restaurants. If you go west across the bridge, 9/10 of a mile, you have Trader Joe's, Walgreens, and all the fast food restaurants on Centennial Boulevard. Yes? Did you want to say
Please
something?
go on.
So we don't think that it would be appropriate to have another fast food restaurant. I mean, it'll be competing with the 678, it'll bring more traffic, and it looks like a teeny-weeny parcel, and I'm sure Fairfield Inn won't be too happy to have a Meineke auto repair there. Also, there isn't that much in terms of, I guess, business in that area. It'd be great for the last minute if you need gas at the last minute. But even if you look at the Fairfield Inn most nights, because we're across the street, it's pretty empty. The place that's really full is maybe the veterinary, because everybody has cats and dogs. I've also known as a business person that most restaurants do not succeed in Las Vegas because there's a lot of them. And I think that since we have Centennial Boulevard with all the fast food restaurants plus the regular restaurants, we don't need another restaurant. Also on Azure, you have a tire replacement, you have the auto repair like Honda and others, and also on Centennial, you have Toyota, you have Hyundai, Subaru, and all of those. I don't think this would be appropriate for the area. It's a strip mall, yes, I know that, but I think another type of business would be more appropriate, whether it be like a pet beauty center where you can have dogs cleaned and groomed, or something like that. But I don't really think that a fast food or auto repair is right for the area.
Thank you so much for your input. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council? If not, I'd like to hear from let me hear from Ms. Bruni. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. So, sorry, I wanted to start just by thanking Mr. Celeste and his client. They have been extraordinary working with our office in the city and really incorporating some of the recommendations of the Planning Commission. I think as he's pointed out and as our neighbor has indicated, this is a really challenging parcel of land because it's not huge, and so it has made developing this particularly challenging. I think it's been vacant for the past 6 to 8 years, so I do appreciate Black Development for coming in. I did have one question, Mr. Celeste. You had showed us when you met with us a couple of weeks ago the traffic route with the escape lane, if you will. So what do we need to do to make sure that that's the adopted site plan?
Are you asking staff or the applicant?
I guess both, because he said he had left it with the planning department, so I wasn't sure if we need to adopt that today or how that would function. So I guess Peter or...
Okay,
Tony,
I'll
if you
ask our
wanna-
staff, and then I will kick it to our applicant. Staff?
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. That plan may have been submitted to staff, but the one that's moving forward through this application does not have the emergency escape route component, so the date stamps referenced in the staff report, conditions of approval, is relevant to the plan that's in the backup. So to, I guess, facilitate it today versus kicking it out because of adding plans, potentially, if he submits that to the clerk, we can have a date stamped, and we'd have to amend a condition to have a revised date stamp. Now, do you have both a site plan and a landscape plan?
I have both, yes.
All right, so with that, the staff report, condition number 4 on SDR 26-0184 would then reflect a site plan and landscape plan date stamped today, 8/19/26.
And I'm
Okay.
displaying both of them so that the full council can see our
done-
site plan and then our landscape plan.
Just to be clear, we are also taking Mr. Celeste on his word that nothing else has changed on these plans because staff has not reviewed them.
That is correct.
Okay, and do you agree to all the conditions?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
All right. Ms. Bruni, if you have
Okay.
another question, we'd be glad to hear it and answer it. If not, we'll entertain a motion at this time.
Okay, I just wanted to state that it is challenging with the traffic, but we have worked very closely with Black Development to allow for as much queuing on the site as opposed to the street. So I do think the applicant has worked very closely with the Planning Commission and our city planning department to ensure that whatever business goes there does not disrupt the traffic flow. So we do understand the neighborhood's concerns, but we believe that the current site plan really does address some of those concerns. So with that, I will make a motion to approve item 26-0184, items A, B, and C with the amended traffic routing and site plan as presented today.
All right, thank you so much. There's a motion on the table. Please vote.
Aye.
Post. Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
And
much,
thank
and-
you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Appreciate.
My pleasure. Agenda item 51, 26-0225-VAR1, variance applicant William Haygood, owner, the Haygood Family Trust, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed home addition that does not conform to Title 19.06 development standards for setback on 0.71 acres at 4225 Leon Avenue, RE Residential Estate Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
I am Jason Mayhew, 652 Middlegate, here representing the homeowner.
Would you tell us about the project?
The owner would like to add a garage in the front of his house so he can park a couple of his cars inside. And to do that, we would need a reduction in front setback. Along that street, there's only one other, on that block, there's only one other house that actually fronts on Leon right there. And there's a couple other that have reduced setbacks also on Leon. High density just to the south of them. So it doesn't appear that it's going to affect really many people to have a reduction in the front setback for additional garage. There's no garage on the house right now. He was trying to put a garage on the front to park his car.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the physical characteristics of the property have been presented to warrant the proposed construction of a garage addition that will not conform to setback standards and does not meet the intent of the Rural Preservation Overlay District. And as such, the hardship is self-imposed and staff recommends denial of the variance. If approved, it will be subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here that wishes to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I note in the staff report that there is a septic tank and leach field.
Correct.
Okay.
That would, he actually owns a septic company, so if it is in the way, it would be relocated.
Okay. The issue is, though, that any changes to the location of a septic tank has to go through the Southern Nevada Health
Correct.
District.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
there is a question as to whether or not this additional structure would be encroaching on the leach field. I would like to propose that you all deal with the Southern Nevada Health District first before we undertake adding a structure. And that would be my motion, and that we obey this until we get some clearance and a letter or whatever is needed from the Southern Nevada Health District before they start. And the reason I'm asking this is so that we have clarity. They don't have a garage because they converted the garage to a living space, and that wasn't permitted, right? And
It was
so-
permitted, absolutely.
Okay, but it was converted. And so I just want to make sure that we are dealing with the leach field and the septic before we go forward with any kind of a structure.
The leach field is not in the driveway, existing driveway that's there right now. It is in the grass area, and we're not really going any wider than the existing driveway there. The only thing that could possibly be is it appears that we're only a couple of feet from the septic tank, which we can get a zone of influence letter for that. But as for leach field, we're nowhere close to the leach field.
Okay, so whatever the requirements are for the Southern Nevada Health District, I'd like to see those met first, so that so you have no obstruction to complying with whatever the Southern Nevada Regional Health District requires first before we do an additional structure. I would like to know from staff if we can do that, if that could be.
So Councilman Seth Floyd, for the record, based on what I heard you say, I think there's probably a couple ways you could do that. One is you could obey the item by, whatever time frame, 30 days or whatever time was necessary to get something from the health district. Also, it would be part of the building permit process that they would have to have that approval from the health district because they have a septic tank, so it will be covered that way as well, and they'd have to revise plans if they could not show that it was meet that requirement or get that letter from the health district.
So can I ask, so are you saying that we can approve this now? However, before they build anything, they would have to provide exactly what the councilwoman is requesting?
Yes, Mayor, and I apologize, I didn't say that directly, but that's exactly right.
No, I think you did. I just wanted to make sure that that was what I was hearing. Okay, so.
Yes, Mayor, that's correct.
Am I understanding that we could approve this, but then they could not build the garage until they provided this assurance?
Correct.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I know that that is a process that we could, but I'd like to do it the way I suggested because of previous processes that have not necessarily been followed. Let's get the Southern Nevada Health District first on board and then give them the approval for this.
Then let me ask you something. Do you think you can get this approval within the next couple of weeks?
No.
How long would that take?
Could take anywhere from 30 to 60 days with the health department.
All right. The councilwoman is going to make a motion that, would you make your motion?
Yes,
so we
ma'am.
know exactly what you're requesting?
Yes, I'd like to obey this item. Can you give me the 60-day, Madam Clerk? October 21st, obey the item pending a letter from the health district on the possibility, on the issue with the septic tank, and then we can move forward. If you get it done sooner, we can move it forward sooner.
So you're just, you would like assurances confirming what the gentleman has already set forth on the record, that the leach field is not near the construction, and the septic tank is a couple of, won't be impacted.
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
if it will be impacted, you could move the septic tank because the gentleman that owns it also owns a septic tank company.
In most cases, we can get a zone of influence letter from a soils engineer and leave the septic tank exactly where it is, if it's within a couple of feet of the building and not under the building. That's not an issue at all. And the health department, we will actually have to pay for their review and a permit from them prior to being able to get any type of approvals from them.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Knutson.
I apologize, but I just wanted to point out, I sat on the Health District Board before the councilwoman did, and what she's saying I think is pretty sage advice, because I denied so many of the septic tanks coming in, and it was the changes to septic tanks that were triggering the Health District and the Water District, and it has everything to do with the water flow within our community. So she might be saving you some time if the Health District's going to bring it to their board and the board's going to deny it anyway. So that's what I think is, she's probably doing this in your best interest.
Well, I think what the motion is we're going to give you a 60-day abeyance. Should you get this letter and are ready to come back sooner than that, we'll be more than glad to entertain your request earlier than 2 months from now.
Okay.
All right?
So Mayor, Seth Floyd, for the record, if you want to leave that option open, what I might recommend is a 30-day abeyance, but then you can always obey it again if the letter is not ready.
Are you okay
because
with
it's
that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, hopefully we can get this wrapped up within 30 days. If not, we'll postpone it a little bit further for you.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so the motion is?
30-day abeyance to September 16th. Thank you.
Okay. There's a motion on the table. Please vote.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We'll see you next month with the letter. Agenda item 52, 26-0250 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 4.12 acres on the southeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and Westwood Drive, 52A 26-0250-ZON1 from T3N, T3 neighborhood to T4C, T4 corridor, 52B 26-0250-VAR1 to allow an 8-foot perimeter landscape buffer adjacent to a T3 designated or single-family residential parcel, district parcel where 15 feet is the minimum required. 52C 26-0250-SDR1 for a proposed 8-story, 206,900 square foot medical office development with waivers of Title 19.09 Form-Based Code Development Standards. The applicant is Charleston Mob Holdings LLC, and the owner is Shadow Land LLC et al. Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 1. Mr. Knutson, their public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Madam Mayor, council persons, good morning. My name is Edward Vance with EP&A Architects at 1160 North Town Center Drive. I wonder where my address is.
Would you care to tell us about your project?
Thank you. We are here to seek your approval on the modified plans we prepared since our Planning Commission meeting a few weeks back. Since that meeting, we have taken into consideration some of the comments we received from our neighbors. Among those are the expanded landscape buffer on the south side of the project. That microphone's right in the way. We now have 15 feet on that south side, and we have increased our west edge landscaping to 18 feet, if I'm not mistaken. We have also a garage compacted to allow all of those setbacks to be increased. The expanded facade treatment on the south side and landscaping treatment has fully enclosed with perforated panels and increased the density of the landscaping and trees along that edge so that when fully grown, that edge will probably not be seen. The design also includes the broom-finished garage surface treatment to limit tire noise, and we'll have lighting cutoffs and photometric studies to limit the spillover. We have also prepared a few other renderings that my partner Eric will get into, which shows the context of the project within the medical district. Eric?
Hi. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Eric Swinside, EVNA Architects, 1160 Town Center. This, I think, taking quite literally a step back and looking at the overall medical district. In our conversation with stakeholders in the medical district, Councilman Knudsen has been great in helping us understand the preferred path forward on this project. We think it really fits right in line with the path of progress and what the medical district wants to be. And along with potential partners in the medical district, we think that combined with its proximity along Charleston, this is one of the, it's really a fantastic spot. We understand the concerns of the neighbors, and we've done, as I mentioned, we've done quite a bit to accommodate those. We know there's other requests made that don't fall quite on our shoulders, but we'd like to do our best to be a good neighbor and really expand the breadth of offering in this medical district.
In addition, I want to show this rendering if I can, which shows the context of the project, which in our opinion becomes a strengthening and catalyst for the medical district. The building we're proposing, despite the renderings we showed earlier, really fits within the context of that Charleston Boulevard. The buildings in that neck of the woods are taller than you would think. UMC has 7-story buildings. There's a 5-story hotel being planned just west of us. There's a 6-story medical office building just to the east of us. And we have tapered everything down to a 4-story garage on the south side. So we're trying to do everything we can to fit within the context of the neighborhood. And with that, I ask for your questions and comments.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since Planning Commission, the applicant has revised plans to address concerns raised by the Planning Commission in public. Those revisions bring improvement to the overall design of the site and sensitivities to adjacent properties. However, they do not eliminate deviations from code standards and require a variance, multiple waivers, and exceptions that staff cannot support and therefore recommends denial of the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here wishing to, you may either line up or stay in your seat until your time comes? Okay. All right. Please come forward and state your name.
Hi, yes. I'm going to get closer.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind going over to the, to the microphone so we
Sorry
can
about
hear
that.
you.
Hi, yes, my name is Erin Hurley. I live at 1212 Park Circle, which is just inside the thing. And honestly, if I wanted to live on Sammy Davis Jr. Boulevard and look at the back of the hotels and the parking garages, I would have moved there. It is not, I don't believe it's safe. I believe a car could go right through it. We've had that happen even down at Neonopolis, where they went through the concrete barriers. I don't believe it. I don't want an 8-story building. I don't want a brick. I don't want a wall. I don't want this even having a chance. But I don't know how you're going to get in and out of this, because if you have an access out on Shadow, you go into a neighborhood. If you have an access on Westward, you go into a neighborhood. I literally will have a 100-story building 200 feet from my backyard, a 5-story garage right behind it. I do not want anybody and everybody to be able to look at my grandchildren swimming in my pool. I am vehemently opposed to this, to the whole thing. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. We live in a historic neighborhood for a reason. And to do this would completely destroy the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else wishing to speak? Please come forward, state your name.
Hi, my name is Deborah Magnus, and I live on Banny Avenue. The neighborhood we're talking about is the historic Scotch 80s neighborhood of Las Vegas, one of the most historic neighborhoods. The access to that neighborhood are Shadow Lane and Westwood. Part of the request for variance is to change the zoning on Westwood, to change it from residential to a corridor. What we are worried about is this is a 1,000 car parking garage on this site. We're worried about access into our neighborhood. We support the development of the medical district and the beautification along Charleston, but we have not had outreach from the developer to the neighborhood. I think really what we would like to do is request an abeyance to address the access, especially on Shadow and Westwood. That's what I have to say.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Howdy, John Courtney, 1216 Park Circle. Madam Mayor, council persons, Mr. City Attorney. Where we live in a house that has no windows. Isn't that weird? We have one of the weirdest, coolest houses in the neighborhood. Has no windows. You can't see into our home. You can't see out of our home, except into our courtyard. We have 9 sliding glass doors and about a 2,800 square foot courtyard. It's a very private home. I would argue that it's one of the most private homes in all of Las Vegas. And our chief concern, and Councilman Brian Knudsen has given me some assurances, I want further assurances. My chief concern is that no one can look into my courtyard. My home value is gone if the privacy is lifted from it. Who wants a house that's not private with no windows? Nobody. And so that would really harm my home if they can see in there. And they may not be able to, but I haven't talked to the developer. I don't know exactly how high. I don't know the pitch, the angle. I'm not an engineer in that regard. I would like it to be held in abeyance until we can speak to the developers and get further assurances. There's also, and I think a lot of other people will talk about it, so I'm not going to say what I anticipate others are going to say, but there's 1,000 cars slated for that parking garage. There's going to be turnover. That could be 4 or 5 or 6,000 cars a day. And then we have this little park circle that has hardly any traffic. All of a sudden, there's going to be 4, 5, 6,000 cars a day going in and out of this parking garage. What do we do to ensure that people who miss that turn aren't using Park Circle as this huge turnaround? There's children that live there. It's wide streets, people riding around on scooters. We don't want that to be disturbed. It's not that I'm totally against the progress in the neighborhood. It's not that we don't need enhanced medical facilities. It's that we need to talk to the developer, hold this in abeyance until we can, so that we can get assurances that we're not going to have a highly trafficked neighborhood destroying the essence of what makes the Scotch 80s the Scotch 80s. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Welcome, and please state your name for the record.
I'm Angela Courtney, and I adopt everything that John Courtney just said. I'm at 1216 Park Circle. We live in that private home, and we did get a couple of photos that were very, very grainy, very hard to see, of a drone up in the air looking towards our neighborhood. When I look from my bedroom and all the bedroom side, it's really hard to describe. We have a bedroom side that looks straight to where that building is going to go in our private courtyard. I don't see any trees. I see right where that building's going to go. I do believe when it's built, or if it's built, we will have a direct line to view our courtyard, our private courtyard. We have lived there 17 years. We were appalled to learn about this because the first time we heard about this was in July, 2 days before we left for our family vacation. So we were not able to make the last meeting. We were just absolutely shocked. This is a massive 8-story development with enormous parking garage. There will be it will only be about 528 feet from Park Circle. That's nothing. We're very concerned about the traffic funneling into Park Circle from Westwood because drivers will likely use Park Circle to turn around. We also have 2 cul-de-sacs right when you enter Park Circle. So just the likelihood of them using our street, I believe they will use it, and they'll also go throughout the whole entire Scotch 80s. We're not against development, but we are against being left in the dark. We have not been approached. No letters have been written to us. We just found this out. I ask you before you approve this, please delay this so we can get some guarantees of what you're going to do. We were told on Monday that they're looking into options, but there's no guarantees. That's not good enough. We've lived there too long. It's a wonderful neighborhood. My children are still young when this is finished. If it's 4 years from now, my children will still be minors. That is the one place that they're allowed to walk, ride their scooters, and their bikes. I won't let them go out anywhere else. It's so disheartening. It's breaking my heart. I pray and hope that you guys do something about this.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Please come forward and state your name.
Hello. My name is Stacy Spale. I live at 1223 Park Circle. I actually, as Angela just mentioned, we didn't hear until right before the last planning session. I did attend the planning session. Unfortunately, a lot of my neighbors weren't notified at all or weren't able to attend. I wanted to tell you, as John and Angela has also said, as well as Deborah, we are not opposed to what you all are doing with the medical district, with the arts district. We're actually very grateful for what you're doing to improve our neighborhood. We have a lot of concern about this because we have not been involved and we have not had the conversations. We understand that Charleston's a major corridor and that this area will continue to develop as part of the medical district master plan. I think the question is, how do we accommodate that development while also protecting the established historic residential neighborhoods that lie directly adjacent? That's why I'm asking you today to hold this project in abeyance and give the neighborhood an opportunity to work with the developer on several significant concerns before these zoning changes and variances are approved. My primary concern that I want to talk about today, although I have others, but my primary concern is traffic and access. Our neighborhood has only 2 streets that provide entry, Westwood and Shadow Lane. They're both small residential streets. This project proposes rezoning parcels along Westwood from T3N neighborhood to T4C corridor and putting access to a very large medical office building and very large parking garage on Westwood, a residential street. It was notable to me that Councilwoman Summers Armstrong was so adamant about not allowing a small commercial business to have egress onto a residential street. This is of a giant scale, and allowing this to have the main entrance and egress on a very small residential street has a significant impact on our neighborhood. If you look at the other large buildings along Charleston that they were showing in the picture earlier, none of them have ingress or egress on a residential street. All of the other tall buildings all enter and exit off of Charleston Boulevard, where the commercial business should remain. I think that as an important precedent to consider this here, as I know the development is planning to continue with the hotel and then also all the way up Charleston, where the McNeil neighborhood will be impacted. I know that these are important questions. Do we allow commercial businesses to create ingress and egress on small residential roads? A project of this size should be, to the greatest extent possible, keep the commercial traffic on the commercial corridor. I'm also concerned about the parking garage and its proximity to UMC. I don't know if you all remember, but the person who owned this lot has come before planning numerous times before, trying to build a parking garage for UMC before the building was involved in the project. So we also have concerns whether this ultimately large parking garage is also intended to become overflow parking for UMC employees, patients, and visitors, because that could also substantially create more traffic and extended hours of disturbance, light, et cetera, if this parking garage ultimately becomes a parking garage for UMC. These are exactly the kinds of issues I had hoped we could work through with the developer to gain some agreements and conditions. At the Planning Commission meeting, one of our commissioners, as well as representatives from the project, indicated that additional meetings would be held with the neighborhood and arranged prior to this city council meeting. None of those meetings have occurred. In addition, most of our neighborhood wasn't notified, even though residents throughout the neighborhood depend on Westwood and Shadow Lane for access to their homes. I know there's a number of feet that they have to notify, but given that our neighborhood is gated off and that we only have access from Westwood and Charleston, the entire Scotch 80s neighborhood is impacted by this traffic change. I'm not asking the council to stop development. I'm asking for the opportunity to make this a better development. An abeyance would give the developer, the city, and the neighborhood time to sit down together and come up with appropriate protections for the neighborhood homes before decisions are made that are very difficult to undo. I think development and established neighborhoods can coexist successfully. We just need the opportunity to work together to get this right. And we ask you respectfully to obey this until those meetings with the neighborhood occur. Thank you very much for hearing us.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard? Welcome, and please state your name for the record.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Cameron Laidlaw. I live in the Scotch 80 neighborhood at 1540 Pine Street. I have the same concerns as my neighbors. However, I recently met with Councilman Knudsen with my concerns, and he assured me that we will have that ability to work with the developers, with traffic engineers, to make sure that our community, our residential community, is still private and we still have that access just for us residents, and there's not going to be this influx of, strangers from the development of the medical district. So with that, I would approve to move forward with the project, and I think it's an exciting opportunity, and it's going to benefit the community and the city of Las Vegas. So I look forward to working with the developer and everyone to make it happen.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Anybody else wishing to be heard?
Hello, good morning,
Good
Madam
morning.
Mayor, members of the council. My name is Miles Dixon. I live at 2001 Banny Avenue. I'm here today as a homeowner in Scotch 80s. I learned about the project just about a week ago, and I share a lot of the concerns then, and I continue to, that my neighbors do, about traffic, about nuisance, about noise, about parking impacts. I've lived in and around downtown for 15 of the last 20 years. I love the neighborhood. My home is in Scotch 80s. My office is downtown. I care immensely about protecting the unique qualities of Scotch 80s as well as some of the other neighborhoods. At the same time, I think that, as another speaker just pointed out, it's possible to do both. I think looking at a project like this and knowing a little bit from my day job about how hard it is to get big things done, this is a potentially transformative project for access to healthcare, for jobs, and ultimately, in my view, for our neighborhood and for the medical district. I'm in support of it. I think that the concerns you've heard today are genuine and legitimate and really should be addressed. I also want to acknowledge the councilman as well as staff. I had an opportunity to meet with the councilman. I watched the planning commission. I read all of the backup materials. I want to acknowledge also the project team. It seems like they're trying to be responsive to some of the concerns. On one hand, it'd be absolutely nice and strongly preferred, frankly, to have all of the conclusions reached today about what are the solutions, like gating, like parking permits, et cetera. I also think making progress and allowing progress to happen is part of the process. And having worked with the city and city staff on different projects over the years, I also feel confident that we can count on city staff and the councilman and the council to work with the neighborhood and address the very real concerns that people have about this project, while also letting this transformative project move forward. So thank you so much for hearing me out today.
Thank you so much for coming over. Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and
Good morning.
and council members. My name is Todd Cox. I live at 1217 Park Circle. I want to just, not to take up too much time, I just want to echo the sentiments of my neighbors, Stacy and Miles. And, I sent a quick email yesterday, and I just want to read, just for the record, a little part of it. I said, I respectfully request delaying approval of this agenda item contingent on the developer meeting with the residents directly impacted, especially the Park Circle neighbors. This meeting's purpose would be to address the concerns that Ward 1 residents have. Among these concerns are the outside traffic entering the residential area, the ingress-egress for residents, the lighting glare at nighttime, the resident privacy and general safety issues, including fire emergencies, school bus stops, children's, pets, etc. We cannot take for granted the work and sacrifice residents and other members of our community contribute to keep this unique artifact that is the Scotch 80s neighborhood distinct and attractive. If we are reckless or thoughtless in implementing changes, a jewel in the heart of our beautiful oasis may be detrimentally impaired or lost forever. I've lived in Scotch 80s for 18 years now. I've lived in Las Vegas for my whole life. I was born at Sunrise Hospital, so, and I love downtown. My grandparents bought their house brand new on 17th Street, and my dad lived in Huntridge when he was growing up. He went to John S. Park, and he graduated Las Vegas High School, and I love Las Vegas, and I love to see the development. Obviously, there's been a lot of impact for the Rancho and Charleston neighborhoods over the last decade, with the Project Neon and the UMC development and all the changes going on Rancho now. And so there's a bit of weariness of the construction that some of us are feeling. And although the development is welcome and we want to embrace it, we also want to manage how impactful the changes are to us and how disruptive they are to our normal lives, and ultimately the long-term posture of our neighborhood with respect to the overall development that is coming in an inevitable pace. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else wishing to be heard? Please come forward and state your name.
Hi, Jason Merritt. I'm on Waldman Avenue. And I was surprised with the project. Suddenly, neighbors started to talk about it. I love Las Vegas. I love downtown Las Vegas. I was a kid in Denver, Colorado, and I watched Denver beautify from where it was. It was amazing. And to me, it's we have a lot of little kids in the neighborhood. I've got a 10 and a 13. They seem like they're 7 years old to me still. But my concern is simply the access and the entry of the automobile traffic that's going to be inevitable. It's going to come in off of the Westwood Drive. It's going to come in. And Park Circle is definitely going to turn into a roundabout. So I'd like to see a barrier go there so that, we could work together to achieve something great. But like all things great, it's going to take a village to do so. So those are my comments about this matter.
Thank you so much for coming down. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Rich Merman. I live at 1213 Park Circle, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. I support just about everything my neighbors have told you, so I'm not going to repeat it. I've lived downtown now for about 5 years. We completely rebuilt the home. We absolutely love it. It's a great neighborhood. I must say, I sat in the back here and watched the entire meeting, and I got to tell you how impressed I was with the council's attention to detail to make sure that the city is preserved and the communities and neighborhoods are upheld in terms of the integrity of what they were intended to be. Excuse me. This is a project that has gone very quickly. And you can hear from my neighbors that we as the community just don't know a lot about this project, and we have some major concerns. Why not address those concerns now before approving this so that we can actually get this project right? Right for the community, right for the development, right for the neighborhood. So what I'm asking for is something that I think my neighbors have asked for, is just time. We're not asking you to deny the project. We're asking you time so that the neighborhood can address their concerns and we can be heard. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm John Tippins. Hello, everyone. John Tippins, 1221 Park Circle, and I'm here in support of the project. And I grew up in the medical district in Atlanta where Emory University is, and find this to be a project similar to that, and have watched Emory grow and hope that this can be a catalyst to help grow the medical district here in Las Vegas. And thank you, Brian, Councilman Knutson, and the rest of the council for considering this. And I wouldn't delay it. I think that can slow the process of development, and hope for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? In that case? Yes, of course.
There's one person, I'm not sure if I missed while they were giving their public comment, but Alice Denton, is she still here?
Alice Denton had a hearing. She had to run over to court, and so
Okay.
She's not back yet.
Thank you so much. I just want to make sure that we didn't forego her opportunity.
I will actually tell her to send her statement via email.
Okay.
Hopefully it'll be delayed so that you'll be able to read her statement before you make a decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I will close the public hearing at this time. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Mr. Knutson, I believe we'd all like to hear from you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And usually I try to be as quiet as I can, but I'm going to have to ask for your indulgence to go over some of the history of this project and some of the expectations going forward. So for the residents who are here, I do understand, and this kind of goes back to when I first campaigned for office, and it very much resonates with the campaigning message, is protecting and preserving our downtown historic neighborhoods. And so for those of you who were there in that, what for me was a very critical time period, is talking about how we protect and preserve those historic neighborhoods. The opponents for me talked about the fact that we need low density, we needed small structures, but what I saw was that there wasn't development that was going to be compatible to what I thought was in the best interest of the neighborhood. There was a lot of dirt lots. And so those dirt lots for the city of Las Vegas creates enormous code enforcement issues. It creates enormous challenges from a homelessness standpoint. If you remember those lots that we're talking about right now, I had to have the developer, the owner of the property, tear down the houses because they were being set on fire. There were people who were not supposed to be there. I don't see that changing unless we think differently about how we protect and preserve those neighborhoods. And that is what I kind of campaigned on, is the best way to protect your neighborhood from Charleston, which is one of the busiest, if not the busiest highways in the entire state, is to have significant developments there. I have talked about that ad nauseum since I've been on the council, is not only about the improvements to healthcare, not only about the opportunity to develop in a transit-oriented development, but the opportunity to make sure that your neighborhood is protected from what is on the other side. One comment came up is that parking structure for this particular project being the overflow for UMC. UMC came in 6 to 9 months ago asking for permission to build out a 8 to 14-story parking structure right near where UMC is now, where they have surface lot parking. There is a significant challenge with parking in the medical district. The parking structure here is probably still underparked compared to what is necessary for the entire medical district. As far as development in the area, and I'll ask our city manager to comment on that, and I do have some drone footage that we're going to play, and then I'm going to ask our public works director to talk about some of the commitments that I will make to you publicly. The rest of the council can hear them. But the city has put an enormous amount of investment into this area, really recruiting development just like this. So Mr. Jensen, do you mind just kind of commenting on how much the city has invested in this area?
Sure, Mayor, through you, Councilman Knutson, Mayor and Council, over the past 5 years, I would say the city has invested about $100 million in infrastructure investment throughout the greater medical district, and there's probably another $60 million still to be done. One of the residents noted the construction activity that's going on Rancho right now. That project is specifically to make that corridor more appropriate to accommodate the neighborhood, specifically sidewalks, lighting, things of that nature. But the entire surrounding area, Charleston, for example, that services this site, when that project was being built, a right turn lane was built at Charleston and Westwood where there's a traffic light to be able to accommodate some of the additional growth. Things like upgraded lighting, some shade trees, bike lanes, wider sidewalks, and utilities as well. Some of the things we heard from a lot of the residents was how many of the power lines in this area are overhead, and when there's a storm, they lose power. So we've made a concerted effort throughout this district to make it significantly better and to be able to handle what has become and continues to be the center for medical health for our greater community. And so the investments are going to continue for sure.
Thank you, Mike. And I just want to point out, as an elected official, you get pressure to develop stuff. It just comes in. For this particular area, on an annual basis, someone comes in and asks me to turn it into a car wash or a fast food restaurant. I'm just going to put myself out on a limb saying that is not in the best interest of your neighborhood. But that is the pressure that we'll feel if you feel that I'm not representing you well. That is the next pressure the elected official is going to feel, is to put in fast food restaurants and gas stations and car washes, because that has the quickest return on investment, as opposed to a medical investment, which is a risk for a developer. But I think the city has done a good job of making sure that this is a risk that's willing to help move our community forward. I'm going to talk about some of the concerns real quick. I did have a video because I thought I'm really proud of the city that we have a drone team. And so the drone team put a drone thing out to see what it would look like at 100 feet. So this is looking out into the neighborhood. I think what you'll see is it's mostly going to be, this is going from 70 to 100 feet. This is what I'm guessing, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th floors will look like from the medical complex, which was moved as close to Charleston as it possibly can be to make sure that we're being respectful of the neighborhood. So I did take that into consideration. The next issue is traffic. I 100% agree with you. Here's the challenges and opportunities. When I have met with your neighborhood, I think that this won't surprise you, is you have different factions in your neighborhood. So some people want one thing and other people want a different thing. So I approached your neighborhood multiple times in my first term talking about things I think the city could do to protect and preserve that neighborhood. And it just was like, we don't want that right now. We don't want it. And so I've never been able to figure out how to organize your neighborhood to say, yes, we want this, so that there's enough people that says to the city, this is a good idea. I did have a number of requests come through. I'm just going to read them out loud just to be fully transparent. And then I'm going to ask our Public Works Director to step forward and say, yes, I have asked for this, and yes, there is opportunity with our traffic engineers. So here are the requests that have come in. They are to rework Ellis Street plan so that it's used for emergency access and ingress egress for the two residents near Shadow. It should not be a public street that people can drive, walk, or camp in. The second request gate at the project property line in Westwood to block all pedestrian and vehicle traffic into the neighborhood, opening when car approaches from within. The third request is make parking on Westwood resident only with permits required and have signage. The fourth request is request similar exit-only gates or possibly emergency-only gates at Waldman and Rancho so that wayfinding apps do not send visiting drivers, ride shares, et cetera, through the neighborhood, and it blocks the building's daily employees from using our neighborhood. The fifth request is proposed 2 gates are added, post prominent no through and no parking signage on Shadow near neighborhood entrance. Those are some of the requests that have come in. They're not different than they were 8 years ago. The challenge was I couldn't figure out how to get consensus with your neighborhood. I want to get consensus, and I'm going to ask our Public Works Director, are some of those are hard, because the neighbors have to agree to them. But are those possible, and is it something that we can sit down with the entire neighborhood and the developer with traffic engineers to map out how we can do some of those things?
Yes, for the record, Michael Cunningham, Acting Public Works Director, through you, Mayor. Yes, Councilman, so we have reviewed the requests that came over. They are all challenging, so these are public streets, so if we're gonna, as a couple of the neighbors have mentioned, they do have two main points of access, so Shadow and Westwood. If we further restrict one, we need a majority of the residents in there to agree to something like that. We have looked at it. We could do something that we're trying to do on Waldman with our Rancho project now. Right now, there's a temporary setup to limit the right turn movements into Waldman. We can do something similar to try to limit movement south on Westwood to limit some of the cut-through traffic that's a concern. We're actively going to be working with, our traffic team is working with Waze and Google Maps and Apple Maps to make sure that Waldman is not on their maps as a right turn to limit anyone trying to cut through there for any traffic. We would do the same thing for Westwood. Some of the other requests, signage, if we are to come up with an agreement on something, signage would be a part of that. So we would have no through street signs posted. We have no parking signs posted. We'd have all the do not enter signage. So all of that's doable if we come up with an agreeable solution. There was a request that you had mentioned about one of the residential parking permits. That one, again, we do have an avenue to do that. But it does take everyone that's affected on Westwood to agree to it. Essentially, they would have a parking permit so that only they could park there. But again, we have to get a majority of the folks along that stretch to agree to it. So they're all feasible, but we do need a consensus to move forward with any of the requests.
Thank you, Mike. So I'm making sure my council knows that. I haven't forgotten. I don't discount your concerns. They're absolutely valid concerns. And when I grow up, I hope to live in your neighborhood someday. So these are very real concerns for me as well. I want you to know that I do understand it's hard to get consensus in your neighborhood. And so if you, please.
Can I just say it's really hard to get consensus in a week and a half or a month even since the July date. So a lot of our neighbors only found out about this a week ago. So I think the abeyance that we've asked for would allow us to come to a consensus.
I understand the request. I've also tried multiple times in your neighborhood and have not been able to do that. I don't think that it's going to happen in 2 weeks. That being said, there are potential tenants for this project that I think are going to change the conversation. And I, again, want to point out that the city's number 2 priorities, 1 is economic diversification, and 2 is healthcare. This project meets both of those and helps substantiate why the city has invested so much money and time into this area. What I am committing to is that I will be happy to meet with the developer. He's right here. I think we need to have traffic engineers because a lot of the requests are coming in are traffic engineering related. They're not necessarily associated with the developer. They're more on the city side. And I 100% commit to you that I will meet with the developer. I think when the tenant comes in, that'll change the conversation a tiny bit for the positive, and you'll understand some of the positives that'll happen in your neighborhood because of this potential development. The traffic engineers have agreed to sit down and brainstorm with you. If these options that have come forward don't meet and don't get the consensus, then we're open to brainstorming all the other options as well. There's a variety of ways to try to get a consensus, and I'm happy to do that with you. Madam Mayor, I've talked a lot. If there are any questions of my council members, I know this is tough, but this is our number 1 legislative strategy in the last session was for transit-oriented development. This is it. There's really no better example of that. Economic diversification. This is a $200 million project on top of the city's $100 million investment. This is a lot. This is a big step for the city and a big step for the medical district, and it's hard. And I wish I could say everything is easy. It's not as easy as it is in other places in the city where there isn't neighborhoods. But I can guarantee you I'm committed to making sure that your neighborhood is protected and preserved in the best way that I know how to. And I'll open it up if there's any questions or comments.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First and foremost, I do want to say to the community that has turned out on this item, thank you for your respectful comments. It's always difficult to sit in these chairs and have difficult decisions to make as council members, but I found refreshing that most of you said we're not opposed to the development. We just want to make sure that our neighborhoods are protected, and I feel like that is so positive. So thank you so much. I do want to hear from Councilman Knutson about how quickly the first meetings will happen with the developers and the neighbors, because I think, are we looking for them to get together in the next 2 weeks? And then will there be a condition potentially that speaks to the modifications of traffic patterns? Because I do understand their angst, and I do understand how lots more traffic coming on Charleston and to the medical facility is a real thing. It's going to happen, but I think that the more we're in front of it, the better off we are as a community. So I just kind of want to make sure that the folks that are here have waited so long to hear this item, get some reassurances about the next steps and the conversations happening, and that nothing is going to move forward until we solve for some unknowns.
So we have, and Mr. Jansen can help me on this, one, before I forget it, I have 2 additional conditions that I'm going to read into the record. But we have about 2 years before a whole bunch of stuff happens in between the building going in place. And so we have that amount of time before something has to happen. I'm willing to meet with the neighborhood, but having known your neighborhood for quite a while, and I know many of the people in that neighborhood, it's different factions. If you all want to come together, the biggest challenge that I had when I was campaigning and when I did bring you all together is that it creates wars within the neighborhood, and everyone starts fighting with each other, and then it creates a challenge for me to figure out how to best accommodate. I'm happy to meet with people over coffee, over lunch. I'm happy to bring you all together if that's what you think is in the best interest. That's been the challenge, and I'm happy to do it at any time, at any place. Many of you met with me over the last couple of days. I was happy to do that. What I will do is, because some of the other wards have HOAs. Those are like a little bit easier to figure out. I have very engaged non-HOA associations, kind of, and you're the best example of that as Scotch 80s. Is there's no association, there's no HOA, there's no main point person, and every single person in that neighborhood has kind of a different opinion of what should happen. And so what I think is in the best is, if you want to meet with me individually, I think that's great. I can do small groups and bring the traffic engineers and brainstorm, and then bring the larger group back together to say, here's where I think there's some consensus. If you want, I can bring you all into the council chambers and say, let's whiteboard it and put all the ideas out there and have you walk around with sticky notes to say what you think is the best. There's 100 different ways to do it. I can start right after this meeting. I can start whenever the neighborhood would like. I will make a commitment that within the next 2 months I will do that. I think there'll be some more firm commitments of who the tenants are, which just aren't public right now, but I'll be happy to share them with you. And then we can go from there, but I'm not gonna stop because, like I said, at some point I wanna live in your neighborhood. Like, it's a great neighborhood. So I'm gonna read those 2 conditions, Mayor Pro Tem. The first one is, and this is based on what happened at the Planning Commission. The fact that you showed up to the Planning Commission is very helpful. The Planning Commissioner also lives less than 4 blocks from here, so he desperately cares about these neighborhoods as well. So the first condition that will come from me is to reduce the noise of the parking garage. The platforms of the garage shall utilize broom finished concrete or another acceptable noise dampening method. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you. The second condition is the exterior of the parking garage shall provide shielding of light fixtures so that lighting from this property shall not create greater than 0.2 of 1-foot candle at the west of south property lines adjacent to protected properties. All sources of light, including security lighting, illuminated signs, vehicular headlights, and other sources, shall be directed away from protected property or screened so that the light level in this condition is not exceeded. Is that acceptable?
Acceptable.
Okay. Are there other questions, comments?
Yes, Ms. Polensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do agree with Miles's comments that this is a transformative project and it's going to be wonderful for our medical community. In addition to that, I think it's a great job that Councilman Knutson has done to shepherd this along the way, just to address the folks who said that they haven't had any opportunity to learn more about the project. It was my understanding, we have got a lot of volume of email on this one, so if I'm wrong, please correct me, but there was a neighborhood meeting on Monday?
There are different factions within your neighborhood, so some people invited me. There are other neighborhoods where you don't invite me. There were.
A few individuals decided to have a small group meeting with Councilman Knudsen, and they did not want other people to join.
That's great. Oh, I see. I leave this part to Councilman Knudsen's discretion, but I just wanted to be on the record so that everyone knows, regardless of where we're at. I'm definitely in favor of the transformative project that you are spending a significant investment in our medical district, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Summers Armstrong?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I live in an old neighborhood too, at Martin Luther King in Washington, and we don't have an HOA. We have a neighborhood association. And it is difficult. I think we have 176 plots, and it is difficult to get consensus. We have been facing challenges as well, but I have to say that I'm slightly jealous of the medical district because you all have had the benefit of not only being attractive to development, but also having money from the city put behind what you all want to do. We have Historic West Las Vegas. It's very small. We had some great stuff happen today with the Good Word, but we're still on the struggle bus trying to get there. You all have the real benefit of job-centered development. And I'm hopeful that with the Westside Education and Training Center that we have in Historic West Las Vegas, to be able to lift up a community that has been struggling, disinvested, low educational performance, some of the lowest income levels in the county. We are working so hard to connect ourselves to you so that we have an opportunity to help people out of poverty and to get jobs in the medical district, because you all are having, $160 million in investment is not a joke any day of the week. That's serious. We want to connect with you. We want to have a connection so that people can have work. And if these things don't happen, then people in Ward 5, who was your closest neighbor to the north, don't have an opportunity to move up, to have a chance to get out of poverty, to do something more. And no knock on the tourist division of what we do here, but have jobs that are more than just working in a hotel. We look at your neighborhoods. I'm going to tell you right now, we drive through. I have lived here for many years. I wanted a house in McNeil Estate so bad. I could taste the dirt. I drove there every day after lunch, and it didn't work out. And so I'm where I am, and I love it. But I go through your neighborhood, and I think, wow, if one of my kids was a doctor or a nurse practitioner, they could live right in your neighborhood and basically walk to work and still have the benefit of this amazing opportunity. So please know that we hear you. Truly, we hear you. We are concerned for you because we all know that this could be our neighborhoods in the future. And how do we best protect? And I don't know that you recognize what a good champion you have in Councilman Knutson. And we are going to stand and ensure that whatever comes through here is respectful of your community. And I hope that you will take him up on these suggestions about what could happen to protect your neighborhood further. I like the idea of parking passes. I think we're going to have to deal with some of that in Historic West Las Vegas in the future as it grows. And so we're looking to you to be at the vanguard of what it looks like to have a historic community that is protected, thoughtful, development is thoughtful, but that jobs, really good jobs, are created to lift this community because we're suffering. We are suffering, and we are being pressed out by people who have never lived here, that just come here to play. But good medicine is going to help us. And so just trust that we hear you and that we are concerned, and we will fight diligently to ensure that you're protected. And I think that the developers know that. We're not going to let them off the hook, and we're going to work really hard for you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would you, since
I feel like I have to go through an entire year before I really get it, and I haven't done that yet. Would you remind me the notice that, and I'm happy to have, okay, would you remind me, Seth, of the notice that went out and how many feet it went out and when it went out?
Yes, Mayor, through you, Seth Floyd, for the record. So state law requires 750 feet. We always notify 1,000 feet. If you look in your backup, I just had that map up, but I think I closed it. You will see a location and aerial map that shows the notification area. I don't have the full extraction list of everybody's address, but it would be 1,000 feet from the boundaries of that property line.
Okay, I just didn't want to rely on my own interpretation. Thank you. And sir, recognize, no, sir, please wait. It's not my job to recognize you. That's the, and whether it's appropriate or not, so I appreciate that. Thank you. And I do want to thank you all for being so respectful. We really do appreciate, because we anguish over these decisions. And even if it's not in your ward, I was born and raised here. I grew up Maryland and Sahara. I've spent a lot of time because nothing went past Rainbow. I mean, I get it. And I care very much about our entire city and this community, and I don't discount it because it's not where I represent or live. I've not known Councilman Knudsen for a very long time, but I've had the privilege of working for him and all of these council members over the last 11 months. And this is not the first issue, nor is it the last, where there's lots of anguish over how you can create a process where everybody's heard. And I'll tell you, as a political scientist, the mayor and I even were talking about what's our responsibility in civic engagement, and how do we get more people connected with their city? Because it is very difficult to get to connect with people, especially nowadays when, with all the technology and all the overload we all have, it's hard to touch people. And if we're sending something by mail, if it's stuck between junk mail and does it go in the garbage? And I know that we really try, from going outside of what the state requires to the council person instigating relationships. And it's hard when you don't have a homeowner association or a neighborhood association to connect with people as a group. And we all recognize that you don't need one. You shouldn't have to have one. We get that. But I, myself, my ward, have been reaching out to neighborhoods that don't have an HOA or a neighborhood association. We're going to be doing, by the time I leave, we'll have done 3 meetings, and I'm not sure if, I don't know how they're going to turn out if more than 10% overall. It is difficult. And that's not to say that we shouldn't keep trying. But I would be interested if the councilman could address his perspective on this theme of time enough to consider. We've done the process that we've done. You've done your outreach over time and through this process. Would you help me understand your thinking about whether or not an abeyance is problematic for the process from your perspective, please, sir?
Sure, the abeyance is problematic from a development process at any point in time. But the issue, the consistent messaging from the neighborhood, which I have listened, there's a variety of concerns. Traffic is the one that is concerning to everybody. And so those traffic issues are the city's issues, really. And Mike, our city manager, can probably weigh in. Over the last 20 years, this neighborhood has been in the newspaper dozens of times for the city trying to do traffic improvements in the neighborhood and the neighborhood not wanting them, or 50-50 or 40-60 or however it goes. And so the traffic issues are the city's issues, not necessarily the developers. The developer is going to bring more traffic into the area, which makes the city's job harder. But the city has wanted to multiple times to come into the neighborhood and make adjustments to that. And so that is where the abeyance is going to help that. We're ready to go. I will be happy to. I have members of my team out here. Alex is sitting over here in the corner. Dave is somewhere in the audience. What we'll do is all the emails that came in, I got 10 emails in opposition. I'll send an email out to those 10 people saying, would you like to meet with me individually? Would you like to collectively align? Would you like to organize the neighborhood meeting? And then I will be happy to bring our traffic engineers down. I'm going to ask the developer to come as well, and we can brainstorm all those different options together, whatever that looks like for you. And I'm happy to do that. And that's...
Thank you very much. Let me ask you something, Councilman Knutson. As you know, I'm very supportive for this project, and I think it does have a transformative component as time goes on that will unfold, and it's very exciting to me. I drive down Charleston every day to come to work, and I was particularly watchful this morning to make sure that I knew where this was located and in close proximity to Scotch 80s, which I agree, it's just a beautiful neighborhood. Love it. I'm glad that you put in the conditions about the light to protect the community from that and also from the noise. I think that's important. But one of the themes that I hear from the people that are understandably concerned, and I also recognize, I know you're very diligent and hardworking and work with your constituents, and it's difficult sometimes to get consensus. And as you know, I live in at Queensridge, and it's very difficult to get consensus. So let me ask you something. The things that I heard were the concern that the roundabout is going to be used by people that accidentally overshoot the entrance. Do you believe that our traffic control people have the ability to not only work with the residents, but ensure that their worst concerns don't come to fruition?
I don't take my word for it. I'm going to ask the Public Works Director. That would be my concern as well. And I think what Mike is going to tell us is that the neighbors have to agree. And if they agree, then yes, there's a lot of options that we can do to protect that from happening.
Yeah, so again, for the record, Michael Cunningham, Acting Public Works Director. So this neighborhood in general, over the years there's many areas that have controlled access now. So there's a lot of gates that we have across public right-of-way. Waldman has an example of where it's an egress only. We are down to just the two main ones into this area, and so I guess that's the main concern, is if we restrict one more, it's really gonna come down to one way to get into the neighborhood. Just if they wanna show on the overhead just real quick, this is what we have that we're doing out at Waldman, just as a reference, so north is up. So Waldman right now has a temporary control access in place with some raised median. As our Rancho project, we're doing a median here with the sidewalk to limit egress out of the neighborhood. This is just one example of something we could try to do similar to Westwood. Again, but we do need the neighbors' consensus because it's going to impact the entire neighborhood. And so if we can agree to something, we can look at something like this. And again, we would put all the signage and we would put everything in place. But it is something we just need everyone to agree, or at least the majority of everyone to agree, before it'd be something we could do to restrict the public access on the public right-of-way.
Okay. And Councilman, I know that you have offered to meet individually with everyone that has emailed you. Probably not the best idea you've had in a while, but if you want to do that, I would encourage you. But I also think it's important to meet either in groups or in the neighborhood, as you have also suggested that you would be willing to do if the interest by the neighbors is for that. Because sometimes when you're talking collectively, you get an opportunity to hear somebody else and absorb what they're suggesting. So I don't need your assurance, obviously, because I know you're a man of your word, but you are suggesting that immediately after this meeting, you would send out an email to those that emailed you. I'm sure they're the same people that emailed all of us, and be willing to meet individually or collectively with them, and perhaps have a neighborhood meeting. Now, again, I recognize that we're not going to satisfy everybody, and some people will be happy, other people will not be happy. But I think it's important to move forward with this project, but recognize the importance of protecting that neighborhood, because it is a neighborhood really worth protecting. So at this time, if there's no other questions, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, with appreciation for everybody who's been in the audience and on this council, I would move to approve items number 52, A, B, and C with the stated conditions that I read into the record earlier.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the added conditions are placed on the SDR.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to be recognized for a point of
You may be. Please, would you repeat your name again for the record?
John Courtney, 1216 Park Circle. And the gentleman speaking on behalf of the city, I don't recall his name or title, he hit the nail on the head. It affects the entire neighborhood. Here's the problem, and I think that you were going toward this. It's the notice. It's the due process part of it, right? They said that they complied by going 750 feet.
1,000
within
feet.
Within that space, though, is the only two ingress points to the entire neighborhood. It wasn't the entire neighborhood that was noticed. It was some people in the neighborhood that was noticed, yet we all agree that everyone in the neighborhood will be affected. And that's why abeyance makes more sense. I just wanted to add that point of clarity. Thank you for recognizing me.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Did you want to say something that you're standing? Oh.
Yeah.
And if you don't mind stating your name again for the record.
Yes, my name is Erin Hurley. I live at 1212 Park Circle. I would suggest that the council members needed to go take a walking trip. Just walk down Westwood and then walk around the circle so you can see both sides, and then I would say drive around Shadow, and actually see what the lot looks like, because if you were there, you have to understand there's going to be houses that are right across this tiny street that are going to have to look at a 5-story monstrosity of a parking garage. And little tiny trees, trees might hide it in 20 years. What are they going to do until then? There's going to be, the neighbors are literally going to come out in the backyard, their own backyards, and be looking at headlights. Those headlights are going to shine through the mesh every morning when they come into work, and especially during the winter when it's dark at 4:30. When they're leaving work between 4:30 and 6, they're going to have to look at that. They're going to look at the lights shining in their houses. I have, in my own, on my master bedroom, I have a patio. We built an actual wall up, the 42 or whatever the code inches is, so I would have privacy on my porch from my neighbors. I will no longer have that with a 5-story garage or an 8-story building. The 8-story building is going to change the flight plans for UMC and Valley, for Life Flight, because they normally come over almost on one side of like in between my house and my neighbor's house. With a building there, they're not going to be able to do that. They're going to have to move over, so they're going to come over the middle of my house, over John Courtney's house. As it is now, they come in so low, they have to lift up to go over to get to UMC. And the military helicopters that have to lift over and go up too, or go around because they land at Valley because they can't land at UMC. So that's going to make it louder for us, not just cars, all those cars in and out. It's going to be the helicopters. We already get the noise from the ambulances that come to the rehab center and the drug treatment center. We already get ambulance from that. We get an ambulance at that drug center every day. It's just going to increase the noise. It's ridiculous. It's almost to the point of ridiculous. I would suggest you need to come stand in my backyard and see what I'm going to see. We can take a ribbon and attach it to my son's drone, send it up to the 5-foot+ car height, and see if they can look into my house. I have no landscaping in my yard right now. We just had it scalped. I have no place where I can plant a tree that's going to grow 60, 80 feet to cover my backyard. It's just I don't have the acreage. Do I have to go and buy my neighbors' houses just so I can plant trees? Our houses are not inexpensive.
No, they're not.
And it took me 15 years, but I've been there for 15 years now. It took us 15 years to get into our house, to save up enough money and buy the neighborhood I want. I used to walk around this neighborhood and look at the house I actually owned when I was pregnant with my daughter, because I used to go to UMC care, prenatal care. And I would walk around the neighborhood if my doctors got called away or they had to reschedule. And I wanted this house, and I got this house. Now I'm going to lose all privacy in my house. I'm going to have people who can look. I'm never going to be open any of my blinds, any of my curtains. They're all going to have to stay shut.
Your
Yeah,
call
people-
has exceeded the maximum permitted
Thank you.
duration. You will be disconnected now.
Nancy's
Goodbye.
gone. All right, to our developers, you're hearing the concerns of the neighborhood. I'm going to urge you to please work with them the best you can. I know that you can't satisfy everybody, that would be an impossibility, but do everything you can to assuage the concerns that the neighborhood has. They're legitimate concerns, and they do need to be addressed.
Yeah, you have our commitment on that, and Councilman Knutson rightly said this is going to take a long time to get to a point where we're actually building. We're not scheduled to start work on this project until November. We have to draw for another year, and then construction will begin. I think I'd like to commit, and with your permission, to work with the city, Public Works, and Traffic.
The PIN number you entered is not.
Councilwoman Bruni was on the phone, and her time has expired.
As you come up with these recommendations, we can incorporate those within our property lines, because as Councilman wisely said, these are public streets, and so these traffic issues have to be solved from the city side. Once you come up with those recommendations, we will be more than happy to accommodate those things within our property, because our goal is to get our traffic to move back to Charleston, not to go south.
Yeah. That would make a lot of sense. All right, Mr. Knutson, would you repeat your motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it was to approve item 52. Sorry, 52, A, B, and C with the stated conditions by myself and Mr. Lowenstein.
Okay, please vote.
And C.
Okay, we're just going to, is she on?
Has joined.
Okay. Councilwoman, we have a motion to approve the agenda item. Please vote.
Aye.
Okay. Post? No circles. Motion passes. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Agenda item 53. This item was held in abeyance until the September 16th City Council meeting. And may I say, as you exit, sincerely thank you for coming down here, sharing your concerns. They are very legitimate, and I can assure you, as mayor of Las Vegas, that your councilman will do everything he can to work with you and accommodate the concerns of the neighborhood. It's a neighborhood worth preserving. It's beautiful. No, you're very welcome. Agenda item 54, a set date on any appeals filed or required public hearings. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. No, okey-doke.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 55, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, will be limited to 2 minutes. This is your opportunity to address the council. Council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please state your name for the record.
And 1 second, Madam Mayor, just want to make clear, because we've had this card since before the meeting started, so I just want to make sure Brad Keith, just be ready to come up to the mic whenever it's available. This is your opportunity to bring this issue to light. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate
Welcome
this.
back.
Well, thank you very much, and also good afternoon, everyone. Everyone pretty much knows me. I'm Patricia Reed, and today I'm here to talk about my kids. I worked as a school crossing guard from 2019 to 2024, and I was assigned to the intersection of Jones Boulevard and Washburn Road, which is located in Ward 6. I requested the first of many traffic studies back in December 2022. At that time, I was communicating directly with city traffic, but in April 2023, I requested Dr. Bruni's help. It was soon determined that the necessary upgrades could not be done until the repaving of Jones Boulevard, and that was completed in October 2024. After a few months of bickering with City Traffic's Joey Paskey, Dr. Bruni set up a meeting with herself, Joseph Norby, Sean Robinson, and my county commissioner, Marilyn Kirkpatrick, to come and see what Ms. Paskey refused to acknowledge. I couldn't understand why there were no signs advising drivers to not make U-turns in the school zone. Fortunately, the issue has been resolved, the intersection is properly marked, the signage issue has been resolved, but we still know that people break the law. So why am I here? It's because Jones Boulevard is a 1-mile raceway between Lone Mountain and Ann Road. I'm here because the students of May Elementary and Swainston Middle School deserve a safer intersection than what they have now. I was almost hit there several times. My first request about this issue included a request for traffic lights at this intersection back in 2022. Everything has been laid out on the ground. You have all of the wiring, you have the ground controls. There's really nothing to do. They did very well with the pre-planning of that. But again, it was denied. So then I requested a flashing pedestrian crosswalk light at Washburn Road. It's 2026 and we still have nothing. Madam Mayor, I fail to understand why it takes a tragedy to get action. I continue to see crossing guards who fail to properly do their jobs. Nothing I can do about that. Just yesterday, I saw guards.
Can you tell us exactly what you want, because your time is up?
Oh, I appreciate it, thank you. What we need there is a light. We have everything else that was needed as far as the markings, the safe intersection,
Okay,
everything. But we
tell me
need
what intersection it is.
This is Jones Boulevard and Washburn Road. Okay, Jones Boulevard and Washburn. 1-mile raceway, no lights, even a crosswalk light, something so that people can cross there safely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Mr. Knutson, thank you very much for acknowledging my email. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Dr. Bruni.
I don't know if I want to do that. Rather not. Would you state your name for the record?
Hello, my name is Shoshana. I'm a resident. I'm here again to urge the City Council to end invocations, the praying at these public meetings, because again, this is not a church. In these public meetings, you invite the clergy of this community who by law can refuse to work with police, as indicated on this sign, to report any crimes against children. They have immunity as long as the monster who did the crimes confesses to them, admits it to the clergy. And the clergy can keep these horrible secrets forever, and the abuse can continue. But you continue to have them in here to pray for you to have a good day. These religious folks include Pastor Teus, Reverend Floyd, Deacon Garcia, Pastor Box, Elder Thomas, Pastor Adams, Reverend Parker, Reverend Fogg Jr., Reverend Dendy, Reverend Ellis, Pastor Harris, Rabbi Goodman, Pastor Menchaca, to name a few. These are the secrets that they can keep, okay? This is in the state law. Applies to Las Vegas. Incest, physical or mental injury, sexual exploitation, mutilating their genitals, sadomasochistic abuse, human trafficking, pornography, burning, cutting, biting, disfiguring children, causing internal bleeding, fracturing their bones or skull, losing an organ, and murder. The clergy can keep that a secret, and you invite them in here. These are babies, these are toddlers, these are school-age children. Have a conscience. There are thousands of churches for people to go to around the city. I've mentioned it before. They can worship any God they want, practice any religion they want. There's no restriction on that. It just does not belong here. 70%, like I've said before, 70% of cities and counties do not bring religion into their public meetings, unlike you do here. We should be smart enough to do the same. Please stop the invocation, stop the praying. Please stop bringing the clergy in here who can refuse to work with our police department and protect these monsters who are possibly abusing or are abusing children. It's happened before. It happened in Arizona, the Mormon church. I told you about that. They were molesting 6 children, and the bishops of the church did nothing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Keith, welcome.
Hello.
Would you state your name for the record?
My name is Brad Keith. I'm at 209 Colleen Drive. I'm in Ward 1. I did submit some papers with the clerk that were for Mr. Knudsen. I don't know if you got those or not. But what it is a petition that me and over 20 of my neighbors have signed. We have an ongoing issue of public nuisance that I did contact Mr. Knudsen a few weeks ago about this problem, but it's escalated dramatically to the point where even unfortunately a child has passed away. But it's what seems like is happening in the neighborhood is there's a business going on, in my opinion, okay, that several tow trucks, large commercial service vehicles are always lining the street. The tow trucks create a big problem because it used to be just one guy and a tow truck, and we had a lot of, scrap cars, and they would be a nuisance. But now an RV has moved in with people living in it and got another tow truck. There's a midsize and a very large one, and all the junk vehicles, the guy works around the parking enforcement. So all the junk vehicles, he knows they come every 72 hours now at this point, and at least 8 of those neighbors that signed this say that they've called in the last 6 weeks, so I'm sure that there's a lot of record. Metro's been out a few times from this person getting confrontational over it. I even caught him trying to hook a tow truck up to my vehicle in front of my house to make more space for their junk. And these tow trucks will tow all these vehicles that don't run around the corner. They're around the corner from the house right now because of this tragedy that just happened. So the house that I'm complaining about is right here, and I'm 2 houses away. The one right next door to him in the middle right here is like me. We're always having to shuffle our cars in and out of the driveway now in the recent past because of this issue. And there's a lot of unnecessary car movement, and unfortunately, a little child was run over and killed in their driveway of that house right next door to this one. A little girl, 1-year-old, and her name is Josie. And that's why I wanted to make it my point to come to the very first available city council meeting and hope that something can be done about this.
Thank you so much. Mr. City Manager, who should he be speaking with?
Mayor Berkeley, Member City Council Mike Chen, City Manager. I was just texting with Seth. It sounds like we have a parcel that may be doing something that needs to have a visit from code enforcement, and so I think that's what the next step will be. We can circle back with the gentleman. Seth can catch him, and we can get a little more details, and then we'll figure out the right time for code enforcement to visit the site. I think, as the gentleman said, sometimes people will do things okay during certain hours, but then hours that we're not there, they might do some. So we'll get all the parameters, and we'll follow up with the code team.
I was contacted pretty immediately when I reached out to Mr. Knudsen's office, and I'm grateful for that. But I was told that there would be a coordinated effort between parking, Metro, because there's a lot of Metro activity associated with this, and code enforcement, and someone would be, basically collaborate between the 3, and someone would contact me, and no one's contacted me yet. And like directly across the street from this house, the woman is almost completely blind. She told me 3 days ago that she's expressed to him that parking these huge vehicles is a problem for her because she takes Uber everywhere, and she has to walk out into the street to catch her Uber, and he basically doesn't care,
Well, first, we want to thank you. Thank you we hear you. And Seth, will you raise your hand and speak with this gentleman when we, whenever you wish to do so. But I thank you so much for coming in. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak under citizen participation? Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 56. Council emerging issues, discussion regarding potential items for future city council agendas. This impacts all wards. Any discussion must be limited to whether or not such proposed items shall be placed on a future agenda, and no discussion regarding the substance of any proposed topic shall occur. No action shall be taken. Do any members of the council have any topics that they would like to bring forward under this item? Seeing none, we will move to agenda item 57. This is council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Mayor Pro Tem is asked to go first, and we will definitely extend that courtesy to her.
Appreciate it, Mayor. I'm going to try to make this quick because I got to dart out of here right after. So want to highlight that on August 4th, we launched a nonprofit navigator program right here out of our Now Cafe, and it's a remarkable new initiative that the City of Las Vegas and United Way of Southern Nevada are partnering on to support those nonprofits that are seeking to launch or are in the early stages of establishing their services to our community. 20 participants signed up for this rigorous program that covers a range of important topics from establishing a board to bookkeeping. And I just want to congratulate Ramiro Reyes, Janet Quintero, and Arlene Rivera, who have all come together to empower all of these mission-driven individuals who want to do great work for our community. On August 6th, the next slide, we had our SBAC celebration at our Martinez Hall pool. Students from hold on, sorry.
No, yes.
I'm on the wrong slide.
Right.
But let's go to that slide. Okay, August 6th, National Purple Heart Day ceremony was held here at our Now Cafe. I had the honor of joining Mayor Berkeley and Councilwoman Ellen Polensky to honor our vets who earned this very special distinction for their service and sacrifice to our country. Just want to thank the mayor for hosting this amazing chapter of the Military Order of the Purple Heart that's right here in our city. Let's see what the next slide is. I'm going to go off of the next. Okay, now it's getting back to this, CC Rano students who passed their SBAC, which is the achievement test of making sure they're on grade level. We had 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders come out for this awesome pool party with their parents and their siblings. I hope that this is an incentive for them to keep going strong in this newly started school year. Next. On August 6th, Art You OK mural dedication at Rancho High School, my former alma mater. Local artist Nancy Good guided incoming freshman students through the process of creating this magnificent art piece right there on the campus. And I want to thank Corey Fagan, the First Friday Foundation, Rancho High School principal Dr. Smith, and everyone who came together, the students, to bring this special art piece and bonding experience for incoming freshman class. Next. We had a Nevada Rise Academy ribbon cutting. It's a new school that found its home in Ward 3, and we're so excited that now there's this new academic offering on East Owens. So again, best of luck to all the students and the parents. And again, let's keep traffic safety at the top of mind because now Rancho and Rise are right next to each other, and I hope everyone's looking out for the children in the area. Next. On August 7th, we had a candlelight vigil honoring fallen officer Austin Abdelnabi. This was a very touching and moving ceremony that was held to honor the life and service of the fallen officer who was fatally shot while responding to a call for service on August 4th. That day, we extended our deepest condolences to the officer's family, friends, and law enforcement community during this very difficult time. And for those interested in learning more about how to support his family, please visit the Injured Police Officers Fund. Next. We had a groundbreaking ceremony on August 13th. We are so happy to announce that there's going to be $3.2 million worth of investments and improvements to add amenities to Gary Reese Freedom Park. So in addition to demolishing the old restrooms and rebuilding the bathrooms, we have new additions including a new water splash pad area and 2 new sand volleyball courts. And this is, again, thanks to our entire public Parks and Rec teams that we noticed earlier that we honored for their outstanding service. So I'm so excited that that will come to the community in the next year. Next, August 13th, we had the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue recruit graduation. Congratulations to the Jack Axis, the newest graduates of the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue family. These 29 men and women successfully completed the rigorous fire academy and are ready to serve our residents, and I pray that they remain safe in the line of duty and wish them all the best on this newest chapter of their lives. Next. August 13th, we launched Desert Peoples, Words from Ancestors. It was our opening reception. And if you haven't been to the lobby, check out that exhibit that's on display, which features a rare 19th century handwritten journal containing translations from the Southern Paiute Nuwu language into English, preserving words and meanings that had in some cases been forgotten over time. This is possible through the partnership of the Nevada State Museum, Springs Preserve, Clark County Museum, and obviously our fabulous staff here at the City of Las Vegas. And I want to just say thank you to all of the folks, including Dr. Diane Seabrand and Parker Arechi Johns, for their contributions to make this project possible. Next. CRETA of Southern Nevada helped launch started the school year with Hollingsworth Elementary by donating some back-to-school supplies to a community that really does need it. So thank you for continuing this tradition to support one of our highest need schools. And I also want to thank Share Village for their monetary donation to supporting the school programming this upcoming school year. What's happening in Ward 3 these next couple of weeks? On Saturday, September 5th, we have our Labor Day pool party, 12 to 4. So save the date and come on over for free admission, live DJ prizes, and much more. But you must come in your swimsuit for safety reasons. And also, I think the health district would not be happy if we admitted folks without a swimsuit. So just wanted to make that clear that sometimes we can't give admission unless they're in the actual swimsuit wear. On August 28th, next slide, we have a Main Street closure at Charleston Boulevard. And again, it's one of those unpleasant cones that we spoke about during today's meetings, but we need to make sure that the projects continue their course. So just go ahead and check out all of the different closures that may impact your access to your favorite businesses, but there are ways and means to get to them through the pain of the construction. So just make sure you are ready with alternate paths to where you need to go. Next, we have Project Reach Senior Expo, August 20th, 25th, and 27th. And this is for anyone who's 62 or older who needs help paying electric, gas, water, or sewer bills. So reach out to United Way if you want more information. Next. September 16th, don't miss a conversation between artist Fawn Douglas and Sam Granados, whose practices explore the currents of identity and place. Douglas is an Indigenous American artist and activist of the Las Vegas Paiute tribe, shares the stories and energies woven into her work, and Granados reflects on her vibrant paintings where shifting colors and personal narratives explore becoming and self-discovery. So I hope you guys save the day for September 16th to check them out. And my last little plug is we have more pre-K offerings in the city now through Clark County School District. They are offering pre-K seats at Desert Pines High School, Bonanza High School, Cimarron Memorial High School, Western High School, and Cheyenne High School. Reach out to the school district at 702-799-7479 if you want more information on those pre-K offerings. They are full day. So I know that that is very important for working parents, and I wanted to make sure that they knew that it's free and it's full day. So with that, Mayor, they have my information. They can always contact us at that information, and I appreciate the opportunity of going first today.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate, I'm asking for some personal privilege here. I wanted to put this picture up, and I don't know if they're able in the video booth to focus on this, and I will. But here's Catherine. I'd like you to, if you haven't had a chance yet, to meet my daughter. Today is her 30th birthday. Catherine
Happy birthday.
Catherine Penabianco is a very lucky person because she has 3 parental units, she calls us. So it's myself.
Would you talk into the mic so we
Yes,
can actually
absolutely.
hear you?
So it's myself, her dad, and in this picture is me, Catherine, her dad, and then my husband, Paul. And she loved, last Father's Day, she thanked having both a bio dad and a stepdad and how lucky she was. But 7 years ago, I did not know if I would see her 24th birthday, let alone her 30th. I was very, very sick. And so it is so important to me to just recognize the day and recognize this amazing human being who has just grown. And so it's one of those milestones that makes a parent wonder how 30 years could have possibly passed so quickly, and marvel at how much life, growth, and courage and love can fit into them. So on behalf of Catherine's 3 parental units, her dad, her stepdad, and me, I want to say what an extraordinary, extraordinary privilege it has been to watch her become the woman she is. She has chosen her own path. She's worked hard for what matters to her. She's weathered disappointments. We all know how hard that is as parents to watch your children do that. Pursued what she believed in and somehow managed to combine real strength with a wonderfully tender heart. As parents, I know we begin to believe our job is to teach our children, and if we're lucky, somewhere along the way, and usually with such surprise, we discover how much they teach us. Kat, you have taught all 3 of us plenty, and I know you are not finished yet. We are extremely proud of you, we love you beyond words, and we hope this next decade brings you adventure, purpose, laughter, and more joy than you can possibly imagine. And we will pray together that I'm here until your 40th. Happy birthday. Thank you. Yeah. And with that, I will not go through my slides because I'm going to just have a little longer time next time. Thank you so much for granting me this personal privilege, Mayor.
You're very welcome. And did you say you have your regular slides?
Yeah, no, but I have a lot of them, and I'll just
I'm going to give you a few minutes to do them because we're all going to be very mindful of everyone else's time.
Okay. Well, so if we could run my slides, we did tell them that I wouldn't. We planned so well in advance, which I'm so sorry I didn't.
Not at all.
And I don't think he can pull them up then. That's fine. Yeah, no, I
There
asked.
you go.
Oh, okay, so here, great. Next slide, I honored Kristen. We had the end of the summer camp celebrate and movie, which is in the next slide. This was fun. The masks were a great hit to Parks and Recreation. I mean, they were doing a great job. Vegas Chamber Bigwig Lunch. 20 years ago, I started Vegas Young Professionals while at the Chamber, and I was young enough to participate. And they invited me back. Next slide, please. And I was able to talk to the group, and it was really inspiring to see that this program has continued and we're helping young professionals. Next, please. I got late to the ice cream social, so I had to take a picture and grab one of the other few people who were there. Rosa, just to prove. I had been, and I will be early to the next one. Next is the fire recruit graduation. What a beautiful job the city does in recognizing our new recruits. Next, we did an out and about with Principal Hudseg and the Academy, the Piggott Academy of International Studies. My aunt was a student of Mr. Piggott's, and they received an award for being one of 57 elementary schools chosen in the entire United States. They were honored. Next, and we have a breakfast buzz on Thursday. We have a neighborhood town meeting that I referred to in my comments today, so I'm looking forward to anybody in the Isola neighborhood to come to the West Sahara on Thursday night. And we have breakfast buzz, and I think that's it. Next, you can always call us or email us. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Mr. Knudsen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for your indulgence today. I hope not to talk so much at any other meeting ever. And it's Back to School Traffic Awareness. August is a big month for 2 reasons. It's National Back to School Month, and it's also National Traffic Safety Awareness Month. So this is the time to really, really, really pay attention. Hopefully you're always paying attention, but especially now, slow down and make sure you're paying attention to who's on the sidewalks and the crosswalks and watch those lights. And this June is kind of a busy one for me for a variety of reasons, but we have a Brews with Brian on September 9th from 5:30 to 6:30 at the Bagel Cafe. If you want to come out and not complain about anything and just have a drink, that would be wonderful, and you're welcome to come. And that's all I got. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Ms. Allen Polensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to take a moment to remember and honor Las Vegas Metropolitan Officer Austin Abdelnabi. Officer Abdelnabi served with the LVMPD since 2023 after his service in the United States Marine Corps. His courage and commitment to others have made a meaningful difference in our community. Please keep his wife, family, friends, and the LVMPD community in your thoughts and prayers during this difficult time. Next up, I'm just going to quickly go over that we had an awesome in the Now Cafe ceremony for our Purple Heart recipients. We are forever grateful for their courage and sacrifice and service. Mayor Berkeley was there, and no matter what, she always has the most appropriate remarks, and she's a beautiful storyteller and really made the morning special. Next up, on Wednesday, August 12th, I was able to celebrate the start of the new school year by passing out backpacks to local students. It was such a great afternoon, helping students get ready for another school year. Thanks to everyone who made this event possible and such a success. Next up, on Thursday, August 13th, I had the opportunity to welcome Solstice Cafe into Ward 4. Solstice Cafe is located in Sun City, Summerlin, and is the perfect new addition to our community. It's always exciting to welcome a new business into Ward 4 and to see our community grow. We are excited to have Solstice Cafe here and look forward to seeing what they accomplish. Thank you to Nika and Chris for letting us come celebrate, and welcome to Ward 4. Next up, at a previous briefing, I learned that Centennial High School was not included on our city's list of schools to receive crossing guards for this upcoming school year due to funding restraints. Last October, a student at Centennial High School was struck by a vehicle while riding her scooter to school. Thankfully, she did not suffer major injuries, but following the incident, I met with Principal Whipperman, LVMPD officials, folks from our Public Works Department, to observe school drop-off and pick up firsthand to better understand the traffic and safety concerns facing Centennial High. After this walkthrough, I knew that a crossing guard would be beneficial for the Centennial High School community. Since the meeting, I have been advocating for the additional crossing guard. During a meeting with Olympia companies, I mentioned the significant difference a crossing guard would make at Centennial High School. The executive team was quick to ask how much it cost to fund the crossing guard for a year. I connected them with our Public Works folks, and the Olympia team said they were willing to offer funding for next year's crossing guard at Centennial High School. I'd like to thank Olympia for creating a safer environment for our students. This is really an example of how the city of Las Vegas and the private sector can come together to make our schools safer. Next up, the City of Las Vegas and the 1013 Club will be hosting the 25th anniversary memorial for the victims of the 9/11 attack on our country. This memorial will take place on Friday, September 11th, starting at 10 a.m., and it will be at Police Memorial Park. Please come join us as we honor and remember the lives lost. And next up, please take a moment to look at the faces on this slide. We still have 8 teens missing from our community. If you have any information that could help, please contact LVMPD Missing Person Detail at 702-828-3111. And lastly, you can stay up to date with updates, community news, and upcoming events and all the happenings in Ward 4. Or if you like the old-fashioned way, try 702-229-2524. We are always here to provide any assistance that we can. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We don't have a slide, but before I begin, I also would like to send my sincere condolences to Officer Abdelnabi's family in remembrance of his just unfortunate killing here in the city. Happened on my birthday, and it is just, it is a lot to have to absorb as a human being, and I just pray for him and his family that they find some peace during this very difficult time. On the 19th, I'm confused. Let's see. Thank you. On August 10th, I had the pleasure of being at Matt Kelly to welcome the students on their very first day of school. They have an annual red carpet event. I was joined by my dear friend, Trustee Tamika Henry, who never misses. We had Senator Cortez Masto, Superintendent Joan Ebert was there, and several other folks from the community. We had a wonderful time welcoming the children. I think they and their parents always enjoy this event. Let them know how much we appreciate them showing up for school and making sure that their school environment is wonderful and welcoming for them on the first day of school. Next, on that afternoon on August the 10th, we joined the Las Vegas chapter of the National Action Network and Reverend Bush, who is the local president, as they celebrated 10 years of service to the community. We are just excited for their commitment. For those of you who don't know, they offer free legal services every month to people in the community at no fee, and they hear all kinds of issues and try and help people navigate. They have many many clubs inside their organization for women, for children, young people, and they just do a lot of work to just try and connect and empower the community. And I just want to tell Reverend Bush, congratulations to him and the members of his organization for all that you do in our community. Next, coming up, we have the Visions Park is now accepting applications. If you or someone you know is blind or visually impaired and looking for a home designed for your needs in mind, Vision Park is the place for you. This wonderful facility is in Ward 5 at Bruce and Washington. It is backed by the Blind Center. It's more than a traditional apartment community with accessible features. It is actually built and designed to support people with visual impairment. They are also having their grand opening on the 27th. I can't wait to be there. And I just am so proud that this facility, not only is it in Ward 5, but in Las Vegas, but how caring the leadership of this community is. And we are super excited for them to open their doors to the community. On August 18th, that was previously mentioned by my colleague. Next, the United Way is doing at Rio Convention Center, if you need assistance with gas and electric or sewer bills and you are over the age of 62, there is assistance for you. United Way is partnering with Nevada Energy. So please come out. There are 3 days available, August the 18th at Rio Convention Center, August the 20th at Aliente Casino and Hotel, and August 25th and 27th at the Samstown Hotel. And there is information here that you can use to connect with these folks. Next slide. On the 25th of August, the Just One Project, in partnership with the Cleveland Clinic, both in Ward 5, is hosting a food and as medicine farmers market kickoff at Lorenzi Park, also in Ward 5. This event will begin at 8:30 a.m. and will last until all produce is gone. This free community market provides fresh, healthy produce to help remove barriers that keep nutritious food out of reach for many in our community. This is open to everyone. The event invites families to shop, connect, and bring home food that supports health and wellness. This market is offered at no cost, ensuring that the community can access fresh ingredients needed to stay well. Next slide. Finally, it's been a meaningful and eventful week, and we've celebrated the many initiatives making a positive impact in Ward 5. And we're proud to highlight the great work happening in our community, and we hope it inspires our residents to get involved with the many amazing activities that are happening, not only in Ward 5, but are organized throughout the city of Las Vegas. Thank you to my staff, Nora, Julius, and Ara for all that you do. Please reach out to us at 702-229-5443 or by email at ward5@lasvegasnevada.gov. We are here to serve. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, and the city council meeting is now adjourned.